Welcome to the Swazzle Puppet Studio. I'm Sean, and today we're going to do another live puppet building tutorial. What we are going to do is we are going to show you step by step by step how we make things like puppet eyes, a puppet nose, a wig, a beard, a tongue, teeth, and we'll even throw on a costume. Because today, we're going to turn this puppet into a pirate. The first thing we need to do, turn a puppet like this into a pirate, is we need to know, what are we going to make? We need a design. So for the first step of this process, Patrick is going to take you through the design process. He will show you how we use a puppet like this. We take it into a Photoshop, do a design, figure out what the eyes, what's the nose, what's the character, what is this guy gonna look like? Maybe even, if this was a client work, we would put in some costume ideas, take feedback, and all of that sort of stuff. So the first thing we're gonna do is we're going to do the puppet design. Now, once we have the design made, we're going to add the eyes. Then we're going to show you how we make our noses. We'll show you how we cut out our tongues. Many of the tools, if you followed our first puppet building tutorial, are a little different, less traditional techniques than you might see other puppet builders use. And we will show you how we employ those techniques when we are making a puppet go from a simple blank puppet. This is one of our rental puppets. His name is Vern. You can see all of our rental puppets on swazzle.com, our website, and you can see that a puppet like this could be anything. So we're going to move over to the computer, and Patrick here will take over.
All right, so I'm going to work out a design for Vern to turn him into a pirate. We just thought, hey, who doesn't love pirates? So why don't you come on over to the design station here. Highly sophisticated. So I'm using Photoshop on a PC. Very basic setup. We have a Wacom here. And I'll be using that, once I log in here, don't look at the password. So, Wacom pen, Wacom tablet, and I've already pre-built my workstation here on the computer. So what I did is I just took a quick and dirty photo of the puppet here and put it in Photoshop. As you can see, I just did a rough cutout around, just so I can get a basic sense of what the shape of this character is going to be. And then I'm going to use my pen tool, create a new layer. And I'm just going to start sketching out some ideas. This is what I do when we're working with clients and they have a concept for an idea or for a puppet they want to see. I like to iterate different versions of what a face could be. And I do a real rough sketch at first, and I'll show you what I do. I created one new layer, and so I use the pen tool just on black. First thing I like to do is draw a line straight down the center, kind of know where the center is. And then I just draw one side of the face. So it's a pirate, so I know he's gonna, maybe big eyes here. Maybe he has some sort of a kind of a nefarious, evil expression. Could be eyeball like that. Maybe he's got a lower lid, give him a little something. I'll give him an eyebrow, something sort of, that feels kind of stern, severe. Have some fun with the nose. Lots of different ways you can create nose shapes here. I'll try something sort of bulby and round for starters. You'll notice I'm only drawing on one side. This is what I like to do. And then this face feels a little high to me. I'm gonna move it down. Just drag it down there. And then maybe do a little mustache here just for fun. I always have some sort of, facial hair, it seems. So, and of course when it becomes a pirate, there'll be a bandana on, and then maybe a pirate hat he'll wear, with the old skull and crossbones. So So, and then what I do is I take this real rough version of this thing, maybe I'll put an earring on him, and I go to this layer here that I've created it, and then I just duplicate the layer, and then I do edit, edit, transform, and then I do flip horizontal. So there. So now I can take this thing that I just created, I line that center line up, and this gives me an idea of what my features are going to be like. So that's one kind of version of the design. I might maybe take an eraser just to clean up some of the, first I'll merge these two layers together, the left and the right side. I'll take my eraser and I'll just erase some of these lines that are a little more, you know, irritating and kind of in the way. And think, okay, well that's one version of what my pirate can be. I'll just save that, and let me just hide that layer, and let me do another iteration. And once again, I'll start with, I want to make him some Carter's features. Center line, I like to start the center line. Maybe we'll give him some oval eyes, just for fun. Oval eye up, maybe a little angle oval eye. Maybe I'll flatten the bottom out just for fun. Let's see, so eraser, that. Drag that eye down a little more. And then I'll do a little flat bottom here, just for something different. Again, kind of a lid. Put his eye here, maybe a little chopped off a little bit by the lid. And then this time I'll give him a kind of a Roman style nose, you know, big here. Maybe it'll kind of have a little weird bulby shape to a point or something. Give him maybe some big crazy nostrils. That, and then again, some eyebrow. Make it a little more undo is your friend. That, I mean, looks kind of lazy to me, not quite piratey, but some features that I like, kind of like the nose there. And of course he'll have the bandana, I'm sure, and eventually a hat, earring and such. So I'm gonna take that layer, I'm gonna copy it. I'm gonna say edit, transform, flip horizontal, boom, once again, there you go. And nice thing is, I'm always surprised by what things look like when you flip it the other way. We're very used to kind of looking at one side of things, but when you flip it the other way, it always changes what that character looks like in kind of weird and surprising ways. So there's another way that guy could look. I mean, the fun thing about this is there's no rules about what a pirate could or couldn't be. You know, you could also decide that this is a super friendly, adorable pirate, and with big doughy eyes. You know, it doesn't have to be the traditional pirate. You can have some real fun with it. You know, maybe a sympathetic pirate, the sad expression. You know, with a little tiny nose maybe here, and lower that face again. The faces always get a little high. In fact, if you lower the face even more, it could be a young pirate. Maybe it's a child who's been, who's joined up, swabbed the decks, and he's going to become a pirate later on in life. But anyway, so you can see how this can, again, I take this layer, I duplicate it, edit, transform, flip horizontal, and then drag those over like so, and that gives you a whole nother take on who this character could be. So this is how I start client work, just real rough versions of these different faces for this thing. And if I hide this layer here with the head on it, boom, and just reveal my little pirate faces that I've come up with, I kind of get a sense of, what is this character looking like? Which ones do I sort of like? And I actually see some things right away that I'm kind of liking, which I like the original eyes that I drew. Very simple, and I like these eyebrows, but I like this nose from number 2. This one here, this is not the character we're making. Those are that's the billowing sails that you're hearing. And we needed some sounds of the ocean, and we really got something. So I'm just gonna get rid of that one there. That's not really my character, but I do like these eyes. I like this nose and mustache. So I'm gonna grab this section here. That. And then I'm going to delete everything else that's not that. Select, inverse, delete. because I don't need it anymore. You can keep it if you want it, but I'm choosing not to keep it. And then I also want to lose that nose because I'm going to be taking this nose from this guy. And these are sort of just some puzzle piece things you can do. I'm going to delete that. And then this fellow here, I'm going to take his nose and mustache, and I'm going to merge these two together to create this new kind of aesthetic. That's looking pretty cool. Now I'll put it back on my face. You kind of see how it all looks together. Oops. Like that. Maybe I'll make the mustache. We always think mustache is going to look a certain way, but fur has sort of a mind of its own. And I want to give him a little more of a intense look. So let me have fun with those eyebrows. He kind of has a sympathetic look, which might be fun still. I'm going to get rid of that. I'm going to bring the eyebrows a little closer to the face just by dragging and clicking. And really what I feel like I'm doing is I'm just sort of, it's almost like I'm moving around brainstorming elements. I think a lot of people get stuck when it comes to designing and drawing, and they think it has to be perfect right away. Well, it doesn't have to be perfect right away. In fact, it never has to be perfect. Remember, you're not making a design when all is said and done. You're making a puppet. So this is just a way to give you an idea of what it is you're going to be creating. So these designs don't have to be totally refined. This mustache is fun. It goes really far beyond the face, but I know the reality of puppet making. It's not going to end up that way. We always think it's going to look that way. And you can do that, but just the nature of materials are kind of tricky. Bring the eyes down a little more. So I'm going to shave that off a little bit on that layer there. Merge these layers down. Just take that off. Like so. And then that mustache, it'll have a little shaggy bottom to it. But I'm going to go like that. And then sometimes when you're doing something like this, it's good to get a sense, because this will be a three-dimensional object, item, puppet. I'll get an earring. We're going to have an earring for sure. We might have more. I noticed this, the way it was photographed, there is another ear here. Although, hey, it's a pirate. Maybe he doesn't have another ear. So he will have another ear. And then we'll put a bandana on him. And eventually a pirate hat. We don't have one today, but, you know, we are going to add that to him. And also, we're going to layer up some fun clothing, which you'll see. But pirates are all about the layers, you know. I think we have a shirt, and we have a vest, and things like that. And also, optional for pirates is hair as well. So it might be fun to see something coming from this bandana. So maybe we're going to have, you know, if I move this up a little bit, you know, maybe we'll have a little hairdo underneath. In fact, if I were to remove the bandana for now, I could see what would that hair be like, you know. Obviously, it's going to be sort of wild looking, you know, maybe it comes down to the center here and kind of goes up that, or maybe it comes down on the sides in a sort of wild way. And we're going to have some fun with some different sort of furs to kind of figure out what that is. Maybe what I'm coming up with is something that will, more than anything at least, kind of reveal itself below the bandana. So when the bandana goes on, we have some fun sort of, you know, hair coming in. So that might look a little too business-like. You know, maybe it'd be fun even to do a little like research if you're doing something to find out what did pirate hair actually look like, because I'm sure there was a style that they had at the day. Either way, I'm sure it was pretty wild and unkempt, so we'll have some fun with that. Then what I do, once I've got something that I'm kind of liking here, refining and changing, this becomes my bottom layer that I start with. I'm going to move these features a little closer together. The eyes, I'm just going to jog those in a little bit. Oops, merge too many layers. That happens. There we go. Undo is your friend. Just going to move these eyes a little closer, like so. Move this eye a little closer, like so. That. And then it'll be fun. In fact, it'd be fun also to do this. You know, maybe he has a scar, which we can add on. You know, anything to kind of give him a little fun. Oh, also teeth. Pirates, they always have messed up teeth. I'll just put teeth on the bottom. That might be fun. You know, so maybe we'll have like, you know, a bunch of kind of snarly, maybe missing some tooth. Maybe there's gonna be a gold tooth in there. Either way, having some teeth on the bottom is good. You know, maybe even has a little bit of a pirate beard, a little kind of something down here, just a little scraggly, scruffly something. So anyway, once I'm kind of liking how this is looking, The next thing I do is I start to kind of clean up the design. So this is original puppet. This is my real rough, sketch of what I think it should look like. And then I'm going to just clean up what that design is. I'm also going to do a side illustration of what this nose should be, because I want to get a profile of that. Here's one way to do that. Create a new layer, use the pen tool and hit shift, and then you get a perfectly straight line. You can just draw top of nose, kind of middle of nose, like the base of the nose and the bottom of the nose, like so. Now you've got some guidelines of where that nose is, and then you could, on a new layer, kind of create a silhouette version of what that is. So maybe the nose, the face is here, let's say, and then maybe the nose, maybe it kind of comes out hard, like a Roman nose, this, and then it comes to a bulby, and then kind of to a little point there. Just want to give it some profile so that when I am carving this nose, I have some sense that there's not just, a simple shape like that. We want to give it a little bit of architecture, especially with a character like this. And those nostrils will be fun too. They kind of come out to the side. We may even put a little black in there. We'll see how that goes. So that's that. I'm just going to hide those lines there. That nose will help me later. And then if this were a client job, what I would do is take this and say, all right, that's my rough sketch of what I have. Let's clean this up a little bit. So you just take your rough layer, you put a fade on it. Maybe the nose is not just, doesn't have to be this color nose. It could be a different color nose. So let's grab some of that fleece color, open up our color picker window, and find out what color might be good. Maybe kind of a ruddy red nose or something would be good. And then I'm just going to create a new layer. Always create new layers when you are adding new elements. That way you're not overwriting what you've done. And I'm just going to zoom in tight here and basically just building out shapes. Enlarge the size of my brush, and I'm just building shapes, and I actually want to put my pencil line on top of everything. That way I can see that I'm staying within the lines here. And it doesn't have to be perfectly symmetrical. In fact, when you build a puppet, it won't be. But again, you can use the old trick of doing one side. Let me put a little more layer on there. You can build out one side first, and then you can flip and flop the same way we did with line drawing. So nostrils there like this, like that. So that's your basic nose shape. Zoom out, and we do this. Duplicate that layer, edit, transform, flip horizontal, slide that over, and then you're starting to have some crazy looking pirate nose. So do that, Apple E, merge those together, and then kind of clean up a little more, make sure we're liking how it's looking, that. And then if you need to, you can add a little definition to that image as well. A little highlight and shadow, that'll tell the story of what the shape is. So you can use this tool here. I like to work pretty bold when I do stuff and almost in a painterly style. So I'm not too concerned about layering up very gently. I'll always just add more if I need to. So this is kind of a flat surface, sort of sticks out. Here, this has a little shape to it. Maybe this is the tip of the nose here. This has a little nostril to it. And let's get rid of our lines and see how it's looking like. That. And then we can add a little shadow to kind of help define that nose even more. There's a little line here. This is the side of the nose. Maybe we'll take a little less intensity off. Nostril here. A little bit of shape to that nostril. There's a nostril here. A little shape to that nostril. This is kind of shadow to indicate this is the underside of the nose. Take a little of that intensity off. Give it a little more definition here. And then just for fun, let's put some real dark, full-on black parts of that nose where the nostrils are. Just to, really tell us that we're going to try to get a little, maybe we'll cut a little ultra suede or something in there, to give this kind of a grotesque, yet still appealing look to this character's nose. A little bit of shadow in here. And then if you're doing work for clients, it's important that you also let them know how this kind of fits on the character itself. So maybe what we'll do is I'll add a little shadow onto this as well, just to kind of tell the story. Always useful to grab a shadow that already exists. It kind of helps. And also look where the lighting is, if it matters, but the light is coming from this side here, and the right side has the shadow. So I'm gonna make it as if a light is hitting this nose. In fact, let me flip that nose because that shadow should actually go the same way. Edit, transform, flip horizontal. There we are. And then I'm going to go to my layer. I'm going to my puppet. I'm going to add a new layer, of course. I'm going to select that shadow color, get my brush going here, a little bigger. Yeah, a little, that intensity down a little bit, or the opacity down a little bit, and just go like, you know, just to make it kind of feel like it's sitting on that face, you know. So that's a fun thing there. And then the eyes, we're going to continue to draw. Those are basic circles. And we have a lot of vacuum form shapes, which we'll show you. So I like to use the selection tool for that. Pretty straightforward. Make a little circle here. Boom. And then get a little white on there. It's never exactly perfectly white because eyes just aren't. And make sure I'm on a new layer, which I am now. Flood fill white there. And for the eyelids, maybe it's another color. Let's have some fun. A little bit of brown, maybe a little darker. And we're going to color that in. I'm just going to go right on the eye. Actually, I'll go one more layer. That way I can put the eyeball underneath and position it perfectly. So here's eyelid. More opacity here. That is good. And then I'm going to do an under eyelid. Feels like something right for a pirate. Give them a little more expression. And then I'm going to add a black line as well right here, just to give it some definition. Might be nice. And then when I do that pupil, we're going to give them some color in the eye. So we'll pick what color we do, but I'll start by making a circle again, and I'm going to flood fill it. I'll create a new layer, and I'm going to flood fill it. Let's say, I don't know, green for starters. We can always change it up. We'll see how it looks. Pick a green that looks okay. Boom. So there's your pupil. Now that has to go underneath the lid, of course, not on top. So I'm going to do that, put it underneath. And then I'm going to take this layer, the pupil layer that I have. Oops, wrong thing. There. And I'm going to duplicate it. That. I'm going to say edit, transform, scale, just to shrink it down a little bit. Now it's kind of sitting inside. And then I'm going to select that layer. After I deselect that function, here I'm going to select the layer. Boop, boop. There we go. And I'm going to put black in there. We like to have a little color in our eyes just to give it some nice character and interest. It looks a little dilated, so I'm going to go edit, transform, scale, and just keep shrinking this down until the pupil looks about the right color, you know, for what I'm going for, like that. And then once again, I like to use my special tool. If I like all these layers, I can actually merge those down. I don't have to merge them down. I can just select them all individually. But I'm going to take all my eye layers and do my favorite technique where I select them all. Oops. And I'm going to say duplicate and do edit, edit, transform, flip horizontal, drag them over here. Oops. Drag them all over here. Oops. Hold on a second. Undo, undo. I didn't get the eyeball anyway. So this is all of them. Great. So now I do duplicate, edit, transform, flip horizontal, drag them all, and now I've got my little pirate here, like so. So that gives you a sense of how that looks, and I'm just gonna add some eyebrows and mustache, and then we'll have a design that we're ready to work with. We'll just, we would print it out. But eye patch, so you want? Oh yeah, the highlight in the eye. That's good. I was being reminded of the highlight. So what you want to do next is, we like to add little highlights in our eyes. So take a little circle here, like that, and a little white on a new layer, because we don't want to screw up our layer. Boom. Gives a little bit of life. You can make that bigger or smaller if you want. Edit, transform, scale. Maybe a little bigger is good. It's always nice when it sits on top of the two colors. And then I'll duplicate it and drag it over. You want to make sure that your eye highlights are on the same side, because that kind of gives the illusion that the eye is being hit by the same light. And then for eyebrows, I'm not going to do, well, maybe I will duplicate them, but these are made out of, eyebrows are going to be fur. So, you know, if we were working with a client, we would have presented some different fur materials to them and say, what about this? What about that? But we have some fur here that thinks pretty good, black or brown, but I'm gonna start with black and see how that looks. Get my brush. I'm just gonna do some shaggy little effects here. I'm gonna try to keep the severity of this line on the bottom because that's kind of nice architecture. But then I'm okay to let it just get a little wild as it goes up to the top. So fill that in there like that. And if we want to even make a more severe appearance, we'd even bring that eyebrow down a little lower on top of the eye to kind of bring that together. Oops, like so. I'm dragging that one accidentally. There we go. And again, duplicate the layer, edit, transform, flip horizontal, like so. And then we're going to, that's my nose lines, don't need those. Boop. And then there you go. I'm just for symmetry's sake, I'm gonna copy and paste that ear because it's bothering me that there's no ear on the other side. So go back to my original layer, Apple C, Apple V, oops, Apple Z, Apple Z, Apple C, Apple V, and then boom, edit, transform, flip horizontal. There, now he has 2 ears. Let me just erase that nonsense. So, and now, let's see what the hair ought to look like. I have no idea what Pirate's hair looks like.
Long.
Long. Sean says long hair. All right, great. So we'll go for that. Let's get hair going here. All right, so I'll be him like he has a, you know, maybe parts down the center. Maybe it's just wild and kind of comes down like this here. This on one side, and then comes down here on this side. I want to make sure it doesn't look like a businessman. Although pirates were businessmen and sailors before they became pirates. It's not feeling piratey to me. Maybe I need to find an image of what the pirate's hair will look like. I'm gonna do a quick little search here for see what would a pirate's hair look like. Let's see what I find. Pirate, pirate, go, images, got it. A lot of Jack Sparrow stuff. Yep. Okay, here's like a Golden Age pirate, Blackbeard. Yeah, it's just sort of like mutton chops, you know, it kind of brings it, maybe I'll have it bring down to the mustache. You know, maybe even if it doesn't connect, I'll just kind of bring it ragged down. Something like that might be good. And let's see if there's anything else. Yeah, I'll just try that. So, yeah, a lot of mutton chops. So, eyebrow, I'll merge those eyebrow layers together. And the little hair come all the way down to here. It's feeling good. Hair all the way down to here. And maybe it'll kind of, maybe we'll have a little, you know, come out to the side a little, even if it doesn't match, just for fun. And then hair here will just go like...
or widow's peak.
What's that?
A widow's peak.
Widow's peak? Sure, I'm try widow's peak. Yeah. Maybe it's just pulled back and some, you know, it's long because he hasn't made it to the barber. And maybe he just cut it with a cutlass. So, yeah, all right. A little severe. That looks pretty good. And then what our fur will do really kind of determine the actual look and length of it. But that's feeling right. And then I'm going to do the mustache here. I'll draw that on one side. Mustache. I know this fur, we always try to make it look like it's going to be fancy, but fur ends up falling the way it falls. And you can groom it with stuff, but it's, you know, that's pretty much the way it goes. I'll say edit, transform, flip horizontal, and there's our mustache there, and Apple E. I'm not going to worry about drawing the costume because that'll be really based on what we have on hand, but I am going to give him an earring because we know we want to have an earring, and we do have some jewelry we'll be pulling from. Obviously, you know, a lot of this jewelry they're wearing wasn't stuff that they bought, it was just stuff they stole or ransacked. So a lot of women's clothing and jewelry is what pirates wore So we have some fun jewelry we can wear, that we can use. So there's that, boom, and maybe I'll give him a little pointed beard at the bottom. Maybe we'll put some beads in it or something fun. Feels like a thing, so let me drop that out of there, grab that. I'll do the same layer as the mustache. Oops, make sure it's the right color. I'll just do a little just a little something here. You know, maybe we'll do a little decorative element at some point.
Maybe stubble.
A little bit of stubble here. Maybe we could do some stuff, little strings and things, just to give them, you know, look. Oh yeah, and that scar, that'll be a fun thing to do. So we'll give him a scar here, just because, it was stitched up, but it wasn't stitched up that great. So that'll give us a look. Also, again, if this were client work and I wanted to kind of marry layers together, I'd go back to my original layer. I'd grab my shadow color and just give my little elements a shadow, you know, around the eyes here. Just, oops, a little too dark. Just to let them set off a little bit. You can also use the different brushes to kind of help that as well, just to give a sense that these eyes are actually dimensional and they're sitting on an actual face here and underneath the eyebrows, you know. So yeah, anyway, so this feels like a character, and we're also going to allow ourselves to change and adjust and modify as we go, because just because we've come up with it here, this is our own project, so we'll let whatever inspirations strike. We'll allow ourselves to be changed and and let the design change and be modified based on what we come up with or what materials are on hand. Put a little more white in those eyes. So yeah, so this is our, oh yeah, the teeth. Oh, important, very important, the teeth. So I'm just gonna draw some teeth on here on a new layer. And these teeth will be made probably out of something like L200. But we wanna kind of give them, I wanna give a sense that, you know, he's not getting the best dental care. So, you know, maybe some are connected together with a gap between, you know. I don't think I want teeth on the top. I think teeth on the bottom is funny. And maybe we'll give him a gold tooth. You know, something we can do with paint or something. You know, something like that. So, so yeah, so there we go. So this is our design that we're going to start with. And what we would do is print it out. But I don't know if we have access to do that right now. But in the meantime, this is what we'll be working with when we build our puppet. So the first thing we're going to work on, I imagine, would be the eyes. Eyes are a good way to start. So eyes, nose, and then other features for our pirate. All right, so back to our puppet table here. Sean's going to take over, and he's going to show us the how we create eyes for puppets.
All right, I hope you guys all enjoyed that design work. Obviously, when we do client work, this is a little bit of a sped up process, but it gives you an idea of how you can get some looks really quickly. And, you know, when someone says, I want a pirate, what does that mean, right? So now we actually know what we want to build. So the first thing we're going to start with is the eyes. So, what we're going to do is I'm going to show you the eye bucks that we have. We have a drawer full of eye bucks, and we're going to pick the size that we think works best, and we'll show you how we use our Vacuform to make custom eyes. So over here, we have drawers of eye bucks. So it looks like we're going to go like for a round one. So I'm going to pull just some round ones. I'll show you what we have in mind. All right. I pulled a few different sizes. What we like to do whenever we are running the Vacuform, we always will need two, because these eyes are going to be symmetrical, unless your eyes happen to not be symmetrical per your design. But we are going to use symmetrical eyes. Let me just pull this one. It looks a little big. That looks pretty good. A little on the small side. Let's see. I think if we do this and then build up with our, I think, or if we do this one, we'll have more room to do the top and bottom. Let's do this one, because then we'll be able to have more space up here to do that lid, that heavy lid, that bottom lid, a nice big pupil, a line and everything. So we're gonna go ahead and we're going to use this one. So what we're going to need to do that is we're going to need an eye buck. Now the way we created these eye bucks is we created them with plaster. And whenever we make a new project that needs a certain size eye that we don't have, we make some new bucks. And over the years we've amassed quite a collection. I'll show you some more of them. Eye bucks don't have to be round, and they could be any size. So here are some oval eye bucks. The way we achieved some of these, like for example, this one here, another oval eye, we actually poured plaster into a plastic spoon and used that as the shape. Sometimes you can pour a little bit of plaster into an Easter egg. Measuring spoons. Now they make circle and oval measuring spoons. Those are good. Look for plastic or silicone ones. What else can you use? Little measuring cups. Anything. Just keep an eye out for little plastic shapes that you could pour some plaster into, and then, you know, sand the bottom flat, and you can have an eye buck. So we're going to go with this one. But like I said, we need two eyes of the same size, so we need to run the vacuum form twice. So what we do is we also grab a selection of other eyes and put those on the vacuum form as well, because then as you're making one pair of eyes, you'll be making a whole bunch of other pairs of eyes that, who knows, in the future could be used for another puppet. And we keep all of those. We just cut them up and put them in a drawer or lay the sheets, have them ready, so in case we need a quick eye, we can just look through what we have. If we have something that's already made, great. And if not, we'll do the process that I'm going to show you right now. So I'm going to bring all 6 of these over. Go ahead and throw an oval one on too, just for the fun of it. Let's go over to the vacuum form. So this is a vacuum form machine. We bought this many years ago. One of the best purchases we ever made. So what it is 2 things. It is a heating element up here, caution, hot, and it is these holes in this bed, which we then attach a shop vac to. Here's the attachment here. So you put the shop vac on. The general principle is you put your material in this frame. You lock it down, you move the frame up to the heating element, you wait for it to get hot, it will start to sag a little bit. When that happens, you turn on the vacuum, you lower the heated plastic, and it will form around your shape. So let's try it. Now, the one that is the most important, I always put in the center, because I would hate for the one I really want to not work just for some ones that I thought would be good to have. So the ones that are less essential, I'm just going to move them to the sides. And Patrick is getting the vacuums. You can arrange all the way to the end, but the thing is, the closer you get to the end, you could risk the plastic, not fully forming around. So really you want to keep stuff towards the center area, and also away from each other, because if they're too close, then you're not going to get a full form around, okay? So I'm going to lift this up a little bit. We use styrene. You can get it in different sizes and thicknesses. We use a pretty thick styrene. We've used thinner stuff that would be more akin to like the Halloween masks, those vintage Halloween masks. But we like to do a lot of sanding and gluing and cutting on our eyes. And over the years, we found that the thinner didn't have as much durability. So we've kind of migrated to a thicker plastic. I'll show you the plastic. someone could probably tell me what this thickness is. I don't know, in millimeters, but this is what it looks like. When we order the plastic, we order it in bulk and have it cut to size so that it fits in our vacuform. That way we can just pull the sheet off and load it into our vacuform. It will take some time for this to heat up, so maybe while this is heating, we could perhaps answer a few questions. So if you have some questions, start getting those ready. We'll call for the questions. All right, so it takes a few minutes to heat the plastic. You definitely want to monitor it. You don't want to walk away because suddenly it'll get warmer before you realize it's getting warm. So now we're just going to lift this up to the heating element. Make sure we're plugged in here. We try to unplug anything that we're not using. So then there's a little on switch. Used to have red light, doesn't work anymore, but I can hear that it is heating up. So it will take a few minutes to heat up. Eventually you'll start to see this plastic droop. You don't want it to droop too much. If it droops down like this, it could become a mess. You want it to droop down just enough. I heard one person describe it as you want it to come down pretty much as low as your highest point. So if you're doing something that has more height to it, let's say it's this tall, then you'd want to see the plastic come down to about this much. Now these are very short, like so, but we do want the plastic to droop down more than just, quarter inch or so. So we'll probably wait till it gets to be about here. So you can just kind of tap it to see if it's ready. I hear that the element is heating, and it will just take some time. The second one goes faster because once the heating element is heated up, it takes a little quicker to do the second round. So while we are waiting for this to heat up, I'm curious if anyone who's watching has questions. You can ask about puppet eyes, or whatever. And if you start to see this thing start drooping, let me know.
There was a question, suggestions for different kind of eyes materials besides using vacuform plastic.
Okay, what are some different eye materials that you can use? And we have used them all. The classic would be ping pong balls. I mean, that's still a great way to make puppet eyes. You can get those ping pong balls, you can cut them in half, you can use them as their whole, totally up to you. Buttons make great puppet eyes. You can get those little like animal eyes that they sell at craft stores and such. Wooden balls. When Easter comes around, I'm always on the hunt for Easter eggs because they make Easter eggs now all different sizes. In fact, we have a box of a variety of items that we basically use for our eyes. So we can pluck any one of those things out and fill them with plaster, use them for eyes. You can see different eye sheets and bucks. You can also see the vinyl sheets that we'll be getting to in a moment. And you can see we even have some finished eyes in that, eye drawer. And then up in our storage area where we have, all of our blank puppets, we also have drawers of completed eyes, completed noses from other rentals. Whenever we get a rental, we make the eyes, or we find the eyes. Usually we make them because we want them to look like the design, and then they go into a box. And if you have something you need quickly, you can just take them out of the box and use them.
There was a question, someone wanted to know if you paint the eyes, if you can paint the eyes before you do the vacuform.
The answer to that is no. Because this is a heating element, I wouldn't put any paint on the vacuform plastic before you vacuform it. Just do it clean. After the fact, you can paint it. Otherwise, imagine the paint could blister, boil, and all of that. So better just to do the vacuform, then you can take it off. You have more time, more control, and then you can do any painting that you want to do. I've noticed that it's starting to get a little hot. You can see it starting to get these ripples. It's still cool enough to the touch. I would say if you're going to use a vacuform, like we always say, always follow manufacturer instructions, follow the directions, work safely. because no puppet eye is worth a severe burn or something.
Question was, how will you make the pirate's clothes?
So how we make the pirate's clothes? So a lot of times what we'll do is we have a costumer who's fantastic, and she will do custom clothing. Sometimes the process is you can just buy clothes that are in the market and then size them to fit puppets, because puppets have weird sizing. Sometimes you can make costumes from scratch, like literally buy the fabric and make the costumes from scratch. Now you'll notice this has tightened up, and you'll start to see, I'm just tapping it gently, but you'll start to see that it's starting to get a little wobbly, which means it's starting to get heated up. The next thing we'll start to see is it will start to sag down, so keep an eye out for that. If there's any other questions while we are waiting, we can take questions. Eye bucks can be made of all sorts of things. Sometimes we've actually used those animal eyes as eye bucks. So if there's something that you don't have, you can find a replacement. If you're not going to do the plaster, you can use wood or anything like that, as long as it doesn't stick to the plastic. All right, starting to come down a little more. You can see it kind of has that sag. I don't know if you can see that. It's going to let it go a little longer. Some of this is more art than science. I first used a vacuum machine on one of the very first projects I ever worked on when I was still in college, when I was an intern on a movie called Monkey Bone.
Question about our involvement with crank yankers.
All right, we'll answer that as soon as you do the eyes. It's ready to go.
I'm just turning the vacuum on.
Vacuum on, to off. Happened very fast, but as you see, it was vacuum on. I turned the heat element off. We lower it down, and we have all of these eye forms. You can see here it's still a little soft. You want to take it off when it's cooled a bit, but not so cool, because you want to get the eye bucks out. These are pretty shallow. They should come out pretty easily. It's great.
Someone want to know if we should be wearing a respirator while we're doing this work.
Perhaps best practices would say use a respirator. I would say that it's a relatively quick process. We do have a door open, so I would say, great. Oh, there we go. If you're doing this for a prolonged period of time, of course, safety first. Be as safe as you need to be. So here we go. That's sheet 1, and you can see those eyes popped right off. So we're ready to do sheet 2. The heating element is still hot, so this will go a little faster.
As far as crank yankers goes, we worked on the last 2 seasons.
Seasons 5 and 6.
5 and 6. And we built a cast of characters for that show, as well as puppet elements that were used and redressed. And also we as individuals got to puppeteer on the show, which was a lot of fun.
A great experience.
Oh yeah.
A really great team of people over there. All right, so this is the second sheet. So we have a matching pair of eyes, and I'm going to turn the heating element on. It's already still hot up there, so this one will heat up a little faster. So again, we are vacuum forming eyes. We're doing it twice because we want the eyes to match. You could, if you'd only wanted to run it once, save a little time by making, duplicate eye bucks. But we find that it's good to have one. Then you run 2 sheets, you put on some extra eyes or whatever else you need to run, and then you can make sure you collect the extras. Here's a box of extras here that were also vacuum formed, and we just kind of keep them in a box like this. So some of these will go into this box today. All right, now already this is starting to get hot. So while we wait for the plastic to heat up, does anyone have any questions that they would like to ask regarding puppet eyes or puppets in general? This is a good time to get those questions in. I will say after we do the eyes, we're going to move on to do the nose. And I think we've developed a pretty good technique for puppet noses
that help keep the shape, especially when you want something that's more sculptural. And this nose is definitely what I would consider to be more sculptural. Make sure it's heating up. Do I hear it? Yes. If you guys have any questions, feel free to ask. Caution hot, they're not kidding. This Vacuform machine we ordered from a place, I believe it was called Robot Shop, and we got it years ago, many years ago now, and ordered it online. I'm not sure where they're located, but they make things for like weekend warriors, home builders, not home builders, but people who are building hobbyists, that kind of thing. Because obviously a Vacuform like this could be used for not just puppet making, but if you're like a mask maker, you can use that if you want to make your own Stormtrooper costume. I know a lot of Vacuform plastic pieces are used for that. You know, model train people, model makers would use a Vacuform. So there are lots of different, starting to get soft now. It has that, you know, starting to flex. Great. And then, like I said before, if you don't have one of these machines, another way we've made eyes is actually had them 3D printed.
How long would the design process take with a custom puppet before puppet building?
Usually for a puppet design, if the client has just come to us and said, I need a fox, and we don't know anything about it, it's just like a young fox. And this is an example we give in a YouTube video that we have, you can check out. But we like to allow 1 or 2 weeks. Now, if it's just an individual, sometimes it can take less time. You want to allow more time if it's like a commercial client or a television show and it needs to be run up the chain, because the more people that need to weigh in, the more time that process will take. All right, starting to get a little saggy here. You can see I just kind of test it to see, all right, it's starting to sag down a bit. And then I'll tell you what we're going to do before we do it, because it happens very quick. But the first thing we'll do is we'll turn on the vacuum, which is a shop vac connected here. I will turn off the heating element. We will drop the hot plastic down onto our forms, and then we let the vacuum go for a while, and then we'll turn the whole thing off, and it's ready to go now. Here we go. Talking, waited a little long. You can see it kind of sag like that, and this is a good example of why you definitely want to keep the most important elements towards the middle, because as it turns out, all of our eye forms worked out perfectly, even though this wasn't a exact seal. There was enough plastic in here to get a good seal. So now I have turned this off, and with that, I'm going to unplug it as well. Oh, when you're using glue guns, anything that has heat to it, always good to make sure it's turned off and unplugged. And now here is our second sheet of eyes, and we'll come over to the workshop table and show you what's next. So we got a whole sheet of eyes. I'm not going to concern myself with our extras. The one we're going for is right here. That's going to be our pirate eye, and right here. So the first thing I'm going to do is cut that out. So I'm going to get a blade. You can cut the excess off on the bandsaw if you want, but I'm just going to put these aside. And normally if I was doing this not just as a live YouTube, I would take all of these, cut them out, and put them into our extras box. But for now, I'm just going to score this with the box cutter. Always be safe when you're using sharp objects. And I'm going to score it all the way through. I'll show you why. The nice thing with this styrene is once it's scored, it's pretty easy to snap. So now I'll just snap it. So there, I got it started there. And we'll just follow that score line. That's that. And these get set aside for another day. And then this I can just snap, snap. That gets put aside. That's garbage. All right, same thing here. I'm gonna score it. Again, you can use a bandsaw to do this, or heck, get giant scissors and do it, but this is just how we do it. Good. Okay, there are two eyes like this, but I still have a lot of excess on them. So what I like to do is try to get as much excess off as possible before I take it to the belt sander, which I'll do next to kind of grind it down. So I'll just try to get close to my eye form and just get some score lines in there. It's like a, is it Fibonacci sequence? Is that what it is?
Fibonacci?
Fibonacci? Not that I'm trying to do that, but that's what I'm reminded of. Alright. And for this, I'm actually going to grab a pair of pliers. This would not be as necessary if I was using thinner plastic, but like I said, we like to use the thicker plastic. It's more robust, and you can sand it and get some more shapes. And I just take this pliers and just, you know, bite off these where I scored it. So then I have that. So you can see as you're doing this, anytime you have extra eyes, any time that you can save in the process is great. So that's why we always fill the vacuum form with a bunch of different eyes so that at least one step of the process could be saved if you're making some puppets. All right. I'm gonna grab a pair of scissors. I'm gonna just trim some of these little corners. Pretty thick. We have like a junky pair of scissors. These aren't even left-handed scissors, they're right-handed scissors. But I'm just gonna go through and just take these little corners off, because the more material I can take off before the sanding, the less molten plastic I need to grind off this shape. So Vacuform is, I have found it to be a pretty essential tool. You know, for a puppet building shop. The next essential tool we're going to show you is a belt sander. Very important. Okay, so now I have these shapes that are pretty rough, almost finished, and you can kind of see how this is going to look, you know, on our puppet. Again, we're going to have the big lids and the brows and all of that. So let's come over to the belt sander. One thing I'll caution you is as you are grinding this down and basically shaping it, it gets really hot. The plastic gets really hot. So I like to do like part of one and then set it aside, let it cool. Do the next one, and then I'll break off the molten plastic. I'll show you what that looks like. But I want to describe it first because it's going to get pretty noisy in here. this one and just kind of take this off. All right, so now I'm just kind of pulling off the pieces of plastic. So I mentioned that the eye plastic that we use is pretty thick. You can see the thickness of it here. So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to work it on the sander, and I'm just going to bring that line up a little bit. So just to kind of clean up that edge so it doesn't sit so high above in profile. Now the second one. Picking off some of the stuff in the back. So now I have these two shapes. They have a little bit of a curve to them, and they're clean up on the edge. So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to grab two nylon screws and some bolts. So the way we attach the way we attach our eyes, we have a few different elements. We have nylon screws, we have these little nuts, and then we have a washer. And we cut our own washers out using our laser cutter. I just happen to have some that are ready to go. For a bigger eye, I like to use a bigger washer because it will draw the eye into the foam, and it gives it a little bit of architecture. It's not just sitting on top, and it gives it a little, a little more form and shape, which I like. You can also just stick your eyes on with wig tape, or you can glue them on if it doesn't have to change. Some people don't like putting holes in their puppets, but the truth is the eye's going to cover a lot of that up anyway, and you can always just stitch up the fleece. All right, so the next thing I'm going to do is I'm actually going to do two things. So come back over to the sander. and I'm using a Dremel as well. So eventually this is going to get glued onto here, but this is slick plastic, so it needs to have it needs to be roughed up first, otherwise it'll just come right off. So what I do is I use the Dremel. I just kind of grind out a center area that will be rough, just to give you something to glue to. Strictly functional, not supposed to look pretty, just to give you not a slick surface. You can do it with sandpaper too, but that takes a long time. Rough it up. And then also, I like to rough these up because these are so slick. So I take them over here, rough them up with a sander. Tuck off the extra bits of plastic. And then I'm going to grab some glue and I'll meet you back over at the table. Okay, so I'm gonna build some eye posts. Looks like we're running kind of low on this, but looks like just enough to do it. So this is just like a super glue, and then this is the zip kicker, which is great because it makes it glue really fast. So all I'm gonna do is put a dab of glue here. I'm gonna set the post there, and then I'm going to spray it with the zip kicker, and do that with both the eyes. So let's see. Only need a drop. Oh, run low with just enough. Great. And then I put the post centered up best I can. And then I spray it with a little bit of this. And that just makes it dry instantly. Hit the other side. Great. So now I have these eyes on their posts. So next thing I'm going to do is I'm actually going to attach them to the head, and then I'm going to go ahead and decorate them. There's different ways to do it. You can decorate them off, but when you have them on here, you can kind of get a sense of like how much lid is showing, how much, how do you like the way it looks, and all of that. I know that with these, we're gonna want the eyeball to like be under a little bit. So I'll just kind of place the lid, maybe use some wig tape so I can kind of lift it up and then position the eyeball. So how do we do this? So these, I'm just gonna use the existing holes. Let's see. We have a puppet brain. The brain is in two parts, so that we can get to the eye posts. And let's see. All right. I'm gonna pull the brain out for now, just to give me more working space. You can see what a puppet brain looks like. You realize my puppets aren't too smart, because they literally have foam for brains. We make our brains like this. There's a cutout in it, so that the eye posts go like this and don't interfere with the brain. And then this part is just kind of underneath, just to give you a little bit of like a wedge to keep it comfortable in your hand. And you can, change the fit depending upon who your puppeteer is. So I got a washer and a nut. I'm going to put a post through the holes that we already have. No need to make new holes for this demonstration. Well, I might want new holes if these eyes are. Oh, that's good. They look a little giant now, but don't worry. Once all the different parts go on, it's going to look a lot more. So I'm putting one eye in, putting in the washer and the nut. I'm just bolting that down. Nice thing about this is I've yet to have an eye fly off a puppet. And I'm purposely pulling it in a little bit because you can see that gives this guy a little shape. Okay? It's like a little free biology or something. Alright, and then the next one goes in. We've already got the holes, so that's good. Put the washer in. The bolt. Pull it down nice and tight so it cinches those eyes. Alright, already it's starting to look pretty cool. Alright, so the next thing we need to do is we're going to add some of those lids like we saw in the design. So let's see. They were a little darker on the design. I just happen to have this fleece. I know this isn't quite as dark, but I think this will give us the look we're going for. I think this will give us, you know, that kind of lid look that we want. All right? So what I'm going to do is just grab some tracing paper. And how you do this is sort of up to you. There's lots of different ways to do it. You can literally just like guess and check to use a math technique. Also, because he's a pirate, I'm okay if they're a little, you know, uneven. So let me just grab a pencil or a pen. This will work. And I'm just going to kind of trace the outline of the eye. I just kind of have an idea. Now you can, you know, reference the artwork and know they kind of had this thing going on here and a little this going on here. So that's basically what I'm going to be going for. All right. Just going to trace that up. Now, if I was making this for a client, all of these little patterns that I'm making, we would be keeping, because who knows, they might come back and say, hey, remember that really awesome pirate puppet? We want to make another one. And then it's nice to be like, great, pull out the patterns, instead of, oh, how did we do that? So actually, I'll show you a good material. You can get yourself, this is called tag board, and we bought it in sheets, but you can also get it in like a giant roll, like if you're making costumes. You're grabbing those pencils right over there in that cup. And I'll show you how this could be so useful once you have something on tracing paper. Is I can just trace this here from my pattern of the tracing paper. And then I can just flip it over onto my tag board, use a pen, and then I can transfer it to the tag board. And the nice thing is, as I'm tracing these patterns, they won't get all rumpled or crinkled or deformed. See, that's all transferred over. And now I can cut them out, and I'll show you how I'm going to trace them. Upper lid, lower lid, and normally, look, if I was making this for a client, I would write pirate, lower lid fleece, pirate, upper lid fleece. Document all that. All that gets put into an envelope, and at least you've done yourself a big favor. You know, you also throw in swatches of the material too, so even if you don't have any more of that material, you can say, well, here's what we used. Here's the color, can we match it? So that's what that'll look like. All right. So the next thing I'm going to do is put it onto this material. Now the way that these lids are going to stick on is we're going to use wig tape. Because this is, you know, a rental puppet, and he doesn't have to look like this forever, we want things to be removable. Also, the wig tape, even if you want it to be permanent, pretty good hold. So let me grab some of that top stick. So this is what we use. We use Top Stick to do it. Now, actually, I was just noticing the design, and the brow is a little darker, but I'm actually going to show you a neat technique that you can use. A lot of people don't know about this technique, so I think it'll be cool, and it could really up your puppet building. So what I'm doing is I'm going to put some Top Stick on the back of this fleece, and as it happens, good, it's actually the right size. And second piece, the 2 top lids, and I bet you I can get the 2 bottom lids out of 1 piece. All right, this is F3. This one is Nyla fleece, and it's kind of nice to offset with a different texture of fleece. You don't have to, you know, it's just like it's totally up to you, style choice type of thing. But there's something sort of fun about the different textures, you know, playing off each other. This is a little thicker. It has that, you know, more of that Velcro-y texture that's so appealing. So I'm just cutting this. The top stick, which is this. I just mentioned it as if you knew what it was. In the real world, is used for holding on. It's called men's grooming tape, so you can hold on your toupee. Or fashion tape, it's sometimes called. Alright, but we use it for sticking on puppet parts. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to color these with a little bit of pastel, chalk pastel. So chalk pastel, for whatever reason, really works great on puppet fleece. It stays. So I'm gonna grab some pastels. Sounded like cartoon chaos over there. All right, so this is like a big set of pastels that has so many colors, which is great. These are also a little harder. But I mean, they're harder, not as soft. You can also just get, you know, relatively inexpensive pack of pastels like this. I'm actually going to use these. So what you can do. So let's see. These would be our 2 upper lids. So I'm just going to take some of the pastel. Now I could do this when it's all on the puppet, and if this wasn't a rental puppet, I could color the fleece. I could do all sorts of stuff. You can airbrush. But I'm just going to take this, I'm just going to, look how well that takes the color. I'm just adding like a shadow. I mean, it looks like airbrush practically. The same thing here. Just adding a little shadow. That's just going to give him a little more depth, a little more character. You know, you're just sort of plussing it a little bit. It's something a little unique, a little special. I'm going to do both sides because we're going to get the lower lids out of this. Anything you can do to, you know, not just make it look flat, it adds character, you know. You're telling a story about who this person is, who this puppet is, and go pretty dark. And because we're having fun, I'm going to try a little black at the bottom. Let's see what that gives us. I think it'll look pretty nice. I'll add a little material too, but I mean already this is looking like an eyelid. You know, that's pretty cool. I'm very pleased. Alright. I think you'll see how nice it looks. And it is pretty color fast. Like, it will stay. I mean, obviously it's coming off of my fingers right now, but even though I just rubbed it, you can see that it likes to cling to those fibers for some reason. I'm going to add a little line there too. All right. So I add a little makeup. By the way, if you're making like a fashionista or you want to do like someone wearing makeup, this is a great technique. Okay. Now I'm going to trace the upper lid. So grab my pen. These are the lower lids. Just going to turn this over. And I'm going to put the darker end. That's where I want the, that accent to be. So I'm just going to trace it. All right. Tracing the lower lid, upper lid rather. Both sides. I'm going to trace over here. All right. Like so. And then I'm going to trace the lower lid. And puppet building is an art form. There's also like there's also a skill, like it's an art form, but it's also a skill level thing. So these are things you can learn. And the art really comes in once you've grasped the basics. So you have some of the ideas of the materials or whatever, and then you as a artist, starts to come through as you start to make real choices, not just like, oh, I know I use this material, but how can I mix and match and blend and, make choices, really make choices. And that's what we're doing today. We're making some choices. And the cool thing is, unless you're doing client work, there's no wrong choices. If you're doing client work, then of course, they get to weigh in and have their say. Now I'm just cutting these out along the, I traced it. I'm giving myself a little outside the line, so I have a little more fleece to work with. So we can I have some flexibility on how I place it. And here comes the bottom lid. And after this, we're going to add the pupils. And that's pretty cool. We'll get to the process of how we do that. It's pretty interesting. All right. So now, just double stick. So I just pull off the backing. I'm going to place it on. Stand up for this. Okay. So he's sort of a kind of a mean look. So we want to bring this eye. That's a little lazy. He wants it to be like that. Yeah. Don't mess with this guy. All right. And then let's place the second one. Maybe I'll make this one a little less mean. You're kind of gonna give him like a expression. Yeah, so you can kind of play with how you place it. It doesn't have to be symmetrical. But that's looking cool. And then the bottom lid. You don't have to do a bottom lid. Sometimes you can do just the bottom lid. Sometimes you can do no lid. Totally up to you. But the bottom lid kind of makes him feel a little more, ragged. This guy's seen some stuff, He's been on the open ocean a while, I would say. And this one can be, let's see, a little more. Yeah, kind of close it a little more. Like that. Let's see, let's just look a little too much. I'm going to bring this one down. Let's see. Maybe I'll flatten these out a little more. So now I'm just kind of playing with it. Make sure you tell the story you want to tell. Yeah, there you go. Ugh. All right. So now we need some pupils. So on the artwork, the pupils are green. So let's see what we got. So, if you've ever seen us use our laser cutter before, you'll know that we have used our laser cutter to cut foam, to cut fur, wooden mouth pallet, fleece, ultra suede, leather, but we also use it to cut eye sheets, and this is just vinyl, stick-on vinyl. And the nice thing about it is, whenever we're cutting eyes, we're like, oh, what size does it need to be? I'm not quite sure. I'll make a few different varieties of sizes, and we'll just cut a whole sheet. So now I've done myself a little bit of a favor by having some green. And we can, any color you want, we have, but, and here is going to be my black pupils, and then this is going to be the white highlight. All right? Now, the nice thing about this is when I run out of a sheet of green, I can print a new sheet, and I can have perfect circles, any color I want in seconds, honestly. Probably takes not even a minute to cut a sheet like this. All right. So, let me see what size we need first. I feel like this might be the right size. I use a pin, just one of these pins, to pull it up, and then kind of like place it on. Like, okay, so that's what that looks like. You can kind of see. I think the smaller size would be too small. By the way, if I don't have the size I need, I can just go make one. Any size. So then I go, I just look, I know you guys can't quite see, but I think this is good. This bigger size. He has big eyes. He's a big character. We're gonna go with this bigger size. I mean, by the way, you can mix and match. I could put a smaller eye here if you wanted to make him look, cuckoo. And do whatever you want. No rules. So I'm gonna go ahead and just pluck this up, which is, it's good that it was just stuck down with the wig tape. Let's see. Well, the wig tape's not staying, but that's fine. Let me just place it. You want it to be justified towards the center, but not like cross-eyed, unless your character's cross-eyed. Now, the nice thing about this vinyl, especially with this particular eye that I chose, is it lays down real flat, real thin, perfect circle, any color you want. And we've discovered that you can actually even color the vinyl with like colored pencil to give it even more of a, a look. So that's that. Like I said, you could, if you're just having some fun with it, go like, this guy's cuckoo. You can do like a smaller eyeball. But we're not going to go that route. We'll go the same size. So, here's this bigger eye. I want to make sure it's pretty much, I'm trying to check that distance. I know that the lids are placed differently, so that's less of a concern. Just going to lift this up and try and place it somewhat symmetrically. Alright, so then I can just kind of push that vinyl down. Now, if you have an eyeball that is rounder, it has more height to it, and it won't really adhere, you can take a hairdryer and you can put that on the vinyl. That warms the vinyl, it tightens it up, and then you can just kind of massage it into place. Worst comes to worst, if it still won't lay flat, that does happen, you can put a small slice in it and just kind of overlap, and that will help it lay flat as well. Alright, now we're going to pick some pupils. Alright. I like the way this guy's looking. I think he's cool. You got a big eye, so I'm going to pick a big-ish pupil. Let's see, I don't have any of the bigger one, real big ones here, but let me see if this will work. Yeah, this will work. Great. So here's a pupil. I'm just going to lay it on. Now, I could put it right in the center, I could put it over here, I could do all sorts of things, but I like to sort of bring it in a little bit, just to give that idea of some eye focus. There we are. Nice pupil laid on. Starting to look like a real character here. If he saddled up to my ship, I'd be concerned. Alright, and then this, I'm going to try and match how I did it the best I can. I want to tuck it under that. You'll see how I'm going to bring a little lash in on it anyway. Alright. Yeah, looking like someone I don't want to mess with. And now we're going to bring in the highlight. So I have this sheet, smaller, larger highlights. I think I'm going to just go for a somewhat medium-sized one. Control the wrinkle there. Any
Uh-huh.
other wrinkles?
Oh,
And this little medium-sized one, remember the highlight, let me go a little bigger. The highlights are always, per the artwork on the left-hand side, so whatever side the highlight is on, it needs to be on the same side. That's good. Let me see what the next size up looks like. He's out in the ocean. Now, if we're making a pirate, we should probably make an eye patch. Well, the eye patches were worn not because they lost their eye. The eye patches were worn because when they're on the deck, it's so bright, and when you're under the deck, it's so dark, so that it would always take time to adjust. Whether you're coming down from below deck, it'd be too bright, you can't adjust. When you're coming from above deck, it takes a long time for your eye to adjust. So one eye was always adjusted to the darkness, and one eye was always adjusted to the light. And when you went down below deck, you just switched that eye patch. That way no one could sneak up on you in the dark. When you're going down deck, when you're going up the light, no one can sneak up on you in the light. So, pirate fact for the day. Alright. And we'll just put that there. I like the bigger one. Alright. And this one will end up going probably under the lid a bit, which is fine. I mean, you could, the last thing you do is put the lids on if you wanted. It's up to you. No right or wrong. Alright. Now I'm going to add a little bit of a lid. So let's use... You use all sorts of materials, but this is fun foam. All it is the same foam that they make into L200 and those other foams. It's a closed cell foam. It's sold as craft foam, and all I'm going to do is just cut a few strips that will just go across the top. It looks too much like mascara. Maybe we'll take it off, although I get the sense that, since Jack Sparrow, like that sort of like mascara-y pirate look is a thing. So I'm just going to cut a few strips using this fun foam. You can use ultra suede, you can use felt, you can use fleece. Heck, you can use, fake eyelashes, you can use feathers, you can use fur. Like, it all depends on what you're making. I feel like we have used all of it, depending on the character. I'm just cutting a few strips. The nice thing with this top stick is the back of it has the logo written across, so you actually kind of use that as a grid. So you can cut straight-ish lines. These don't have to be perfectly straight. If I needed them to be perfectly straight, I'll cut them on a laser cutter. But I'm just gonna bring this in like so, and then I'll trim a little off. It can hang off a little bit, it's fine. Gives them the character, kind of like that. And then this one here. I'm bringing it in a little bit on purpose to kind of give that angry brow look. Like so. I'll trim it there. I could bring in some bottom lids, but I don't think we need it. Anyway, so that is puppet eyes. Next, Patrick is going to come in here. We're going to switch places, and he's going to tell you about creating the puppet nose.
All right, so per the design, the nose that we've kind of come up with is an unusual shape, which is nice, kind of has a little dimension to it, which is what we're going to want to create. We are making this nose out of L200. L200 is a dense closed cell foam, super lightweight, great for costumes and things like that, walk around costumes but also good for structural items such as noses, because we're going to be pulling fleece around it, and we need a dense foam that can keep its shape, which is what L200 can do. This nose, per the artwork, is pretty high profile. It comes off the head, it comes off the face a bit. Maybe if I were to measure it out, I would say estimated, what are we looking at here? Maybe at least an inch or so, maybe even an inch and a half. So what I have is, I have this foam itself, which is a ½ inch. So first thing I need to do is build up this foam. I'm just going to slice it and glue some layers together. And I'm going to create a piece of foam that is as high a profile from the face as I need. So I'm just gonna cut, I think probably 3 strips should do it, and then I could glue those together. Persona blades, if you saw our puppet building tutorial, you saw us using these blades quite a lot. These are used for trimming hair. They're super great for building puppets. I don't know what this is, some dirt on here. Doesn't matter, it's all gonna be covered by fleece anyway. And so I'm just gonna cut a strip like this, plenty big. I'm just gonna do a second one, about the same size. Boom, boom. And then I'll do a third one here, like that. These 3 will be glued together, and that is what will become the base of the nose I'm going to make. So I'm gonna grab my respirator, gloves, and then I'm gonna do some gluing over at the glue table. All right, when you are gluing, you want to work in a well-ventilated space. You want to use and wear all the proper safety gear. Always put on gloves so you don't get the glue on your skin. And we like to have a fan going for ventilation. We also work near an open door. And I'll be putting on a respirator as well, just so I lower my exposure to these chemical fumes. Although the nice thing is we're using a very little amount of this stuff. So, but even still, best to take all safety precautions. For this application, I'm going to use the brush that actually comes on the little bottle of the glue. This is the glue that I'm using. A different kind of contact lens that you can use for puppets. But there's a brush that comes on the handle. There we go. And I'm just going to use that to apply. I'm going to put my mask on, put the fan on, and I'm just going to layer up glue onto the foam. Mask on. Fan on. Using the brush. Brush, brush, brush. You want to let it set up a little bit before you glue it together. Brush that side. That's going to stick. I'm going to stick to that side there. This one, I'll need to put glue on both sides because one will be glued to the top and one will be glued to the bottom of this material. So brush that up like that. Boom. And then this one goes on top. So brush, brush, brush. And then I'm going to get another piece of material which I'll show you, which will become the bottom layer of this whole setup. That's on. This is the middle one, so I got to put glue on both sides. So now these are, I can see it's already starting to set up. It's a nice warm day, so that's helping us out. So these sandwich together like so. That. This one is going to glue this one here. And then I'm just going to press them all together to make sure they all really adhere. In order for this nose to keep its shape, we want the bottom layer to be something that is rigid, that's not going to warp. As nice as this foam is, and flexible, as strong as it is, it also, when you pull fleece around it, as you'll see, sometimes it can distort in unsightly ways. So what I'm going to do is actually cut a small piece of wood. We have this 8-inch plywood, and I'm going to glue that to the back of this right here. So I'm going to grab a piece of wood. We have some scrap wood that we keep just for this occasion. Good piece there. Like I can just glue it on. I'm gonna cut it off first. I'm just gonna take it to the bandsaw. I'm gonna cut, get rid of the excess here. This is a bandsaw, another handy tool to have for puppet building, good for cutting foam and other materials. Also, when you use it, use caution and follow all manufacturer's safety instructions. I'm just gonna cut this. Piece of wood here, and I'm gonna glue that to the back of this. Layered up like so. Once again, I'll be using the brush as the applicator. When you're gluing foam, you want to use a little foam applicator. But for this kind of work, you know, I think a brush works perfectly well. More utilitarian in a sense. All right, brush. And there we go. Boom, 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 boom. Here. Let this dry up, cure up a little bit. And we're just going to sandwich it together, and this will be the material that we start with. All right, so this is bigger than wider than I need it to be, hollower than I need it to be, deeper than I need it to be. That's good, because I want to have a lot of excess to play with when I create my nose shape. So, that's my foundation that I built. Now I'm going to go over back to the workshop table, and I'm going to create this shape for the silhouette. I'm going to use a piece of tracing paper here. I'm going to look at my design again real quick to see what we're looking at. I never had a funny shape and a funny profile, which is good. Let's see. I'm going to do the password here, so ignore that. Great. So, kind of as a thinner section, a bulbier section on the bottom with those two nostrils that kind of flare out. So that's the kind of look that I'm going to try to achieve here. Since I've got my puppet in front of me, I can, again, use some tracing paper, kind of get a sense of where this nose lays on the surface here. Some goes down here, maybe it kind of goes like this one is widest. So, I sort of drew a quick sort of shape of what it might be like. I want these to kind of come up a little higher. Maybe it comes to more point. Bulby section here, and that section there. And what I'm going to do is take this shape that I have, and I'm going to draw it maybe with a little more, maybe a pen to kind of make it a little darker. That's kind of where it's looking like on the puppet. I'm going to take this piece of tracing paper, fold it in half. I haven't given myself quite enough. I can do that. There we go. That'll work. Great. Like so. And then I'm just going to cut out. I'm going to grab some of my nicer scissors and cut out the shape here. So that's the look of our nose, like that. Looking good. I'm going to take this shape. I'm going to trace a little bigger when I go on this here, and I'm going to put that tracing paper onto this piece of foam and wood. I'm going to just keep this in place with a couple of pins, and like so, and then I'm just going to trace this onto my L200 foam. Like that. So trace up on the foam, like so. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take it over to the bandsaw. Now, if I wanted to, I could also find out where the top of this shape is, which is here, and the bottom of the shape, which is here. And I could draw the profile of that nose as well. In fact, I think I am going to do that. That will require me flattening out one edge. So first, let me flatten. Actually, that edge is pretty darn flat. So I'm just going to draw on this side here. So I'm going to find where the top and the bottom are. About. And what I'm going to do is, this is my head-on view of the nose. You can imagine like this. I'm also now going to draw what the silhouette of that nose is. So all these lines of the nose, I'm just going to carry over to the other side. Like so. Make some little marks of where those end up. And then I'm going to draw those lines across. At least give me an idea of where the nose is. I'm going to use those lines to draw my profile, because that's a cut I can also make on the bandsaw. Alright, so head-on view. And now I'm going to draw what my side view is. I know it kind of comes, I'm going to have it come out, and then have it go down here, and then have this kind of bulby shape out here, but I want the bulbiness to continue all the way down to the bottom, like so. So as you can see, I'm thinking that's, maybe we'll go a little bigger out of this area here. I can always shave off more if I want. And I'm not going to draw those nostrils on this form, because that will be given to me in this view. So, all right, so first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to cut out this version here, and then if I'm able to, I'll cut out this version, and if not, then I'll just use a blade to do it. So it's a pretty complicated shape. But we're going to go over to the bandsaw here. I'm going to cut out these shapes first. that is your nose head-on view. Obviously, it's a lot thicker than you need it to be, but that's what we're going to start with. And then I'm going to see if I can successfully shave off some of those other shapes, although it's not sitting flat, so maybe I won't be able to do that. I think better to take it to the workshop table and do that with a blade. In the meantime, though, this got kind of rough on the bottom, and I don't want that rough. It'll catch on my fleece. So I'm going to take it to the belt sander and just hit a little sanding on the bottom there. Nose escaped. So now I get to find the nose. That's the joy of it. When something, good, found it right away. So I'm just rounding out these little areas here, give it a little more round shape to it. Okay, great. Now I'm going to grab a brand new sharp Persona blade, and I'm going to do that silhouette of the nose, and then do some more sanding work on it. So sharp blade here. And we're going to all right, so up the nose, it's going to be like that. You can already see how that's kind of looking good. And now I'm just going to figure out what that shape is. On the side, again, I had kind of drawn, this is sort of here, this is bulby here. And these nostril things we'll have fun with, figure out where they need to land. New sharp Persona blade. And I'm just going to carefully cut away the foam in a basic shape that I think will work for this character. And then I want the bulby part to stick out beyond the nostril part. It's not unlike wood carving in a sense, or what sort of the aesthetic of what you're doing is kind of like creating a wood carved element. So the nostrils, I'm going to have them go up against the face, but start around here maybe. So I'm going to cut that here. Because this is our character, whatever we want to do is pretty much what we get to do. And that's true with your own puppet building projects. If you're building for yourself, there's a lot of freedom that you can do to create. You can be very creative when it comes to different shapes and materials and such. Just going to take this down a little. Feels a little high, although I don't hate the idea of a giant nose on this guy. It would be tricky to get some of this sculptural work to work the way we need it to with the fleece covering, but we'll see. Maybe we'll make some modifications as we go. Trick is to shave what you need to without overdoing it, because when I do the actual shaping, I'm going to use a little bit of sandpaper to kind of take some of these more severe corners down. So let me take this and make it a more angle there. So that might be fun. Maybe it sticks out a little too far, so I'm just going to take the nose down a little more. I mean, it only sticks out too far because that's how I think it looks. You guys, of course, whatever puppet you build, can make whatever shapes you like. So that down. sort of carving it away, sort of like Geppetto, making Pinocchio. Try to keep your work surface clean. It's very easy for your workstation to start off nice and big, and then as you work, you kind of fill your space with excess material, and your actual working area keeps getting smaller and smaller and smaller. It is the natural way of things. But just be mindful of it and try to keep your workstation as clean as you can. That way you have the space to do the work that you're doing. Alright, let's see. Let's look at them. Big honker nose. What are we thinking? Do we like the size of that? Alright, great. So I'm going to take it, I'm going to do a little bit of sanding on the belt sander, get whatever I can to smooth out some of these corners. And anything I can't get to, that's where sandpaper is going to come into play. So back to the belt sander we go to sand the nose elements. Actually, this piece is good to save. Already layered up. That's ready for another nose. So that's for another project. All right, so back to belt sander. I'm just gonna sand down this L200 on the sander here. Alright, so that's what I can effectively get to with the belt sander. So now I'm just going to grab some sandpaper here. When we're sanding L200, we'd like to use 60 is a good size, a good grip, or a good, whatever it's called, coarseness of sandpaper. So 60, not too smooth. And like Sean mentioned, if we were building this for a client, this nose shape would be kept, labeled, set aside, put into an envelope, and kept with all the other patterns. Alright, so just going to take the sandpaper here, fold it in half, and go over any little edges that are sort of sharp corners, just to make sure it has a nice roundness to it. You can see there. Nice thing is the fleece will also do a lot of work for me as far as smoothing things out, so it doesn't have to be perfect, but you want to get it as close to the shape that you want as possible. Once you add the fleece on, it automatically kind of softens some of the edges, takes some of the definition away. So if you want to create something with a lot of definition, you want to make sure you kind of go a little more extreme on that foam layer, because the fleece has sort of a smoothing element that it'll add. All right, so there's my crazy Buccaneers nose. Like so. That's looking good. So now what I'm going to do is pull the fleece around this shape. To do that, first what I want to do, before I go right to my final fleece and pull that over, it's always good practice to start with some, cheaper fleece, older fleece, maybe fleece that didn't dye up very well, maybe got some spots in it. Pull that over, and that'll get you your basic shape. So I'm going to use a little bit of polar fleece. I'm going to cut a piece of it, and that'll give me a sense of how big this material ought to be. Sometimes when we're making noses, we're pulling from materials from a scrap bin that are maybe elements that were dyed for another project. So you really want to make sure that you aren't wasteful with materials that you took the time to dye specifically for something. Fleece has a stretch to it. I like to go wide stretch this way. So what I'm going to do is just lay this across and get a sense of how much of this material will I need to cover this entire thing. So you kind of get a sense like that. You know, if I were to wrap it with that much, that would pretty much cover it. So let me do that. I'm going to just cut off all this nonsense here. And that gives me a very basic idea that this material should be about this size, right? So, so that's what I'm going for there. As this gets pulled around, I want to make sure I can wrap all of that. I'm going to probably modify some of it, take a little off the top. You want to have enough fleece to cover, but not so much that it bunches around the back. And you'll see what I mean when we finish up the back of the nose, what that looks like. There. All right, it's feeling pretty good. This bullet fleece does have a little more stretch to it than the other material we're using, but we'll see if this works. So I'm going to use this as a basic pattern. We're using this kind of crazy, you know, this has a lot of nice stretch to it, which is very good. Good for a nose. So this is my basic material that I've used. If you want to, you can trace this up on, heck, let's do it. Trace it up on tag board, and then you can use it to get your pattern a little easier. Now that'll be easier to trace. And also make it more symmetrical. How do you fold that out? So cut this out. Now this becomes a little pattern that you can use to cover your nose. I'm going to put the stretch material that way. Anytime you are creating a pattern, you want to indicate for yourself which way the stretch of the material goes, since I want to stretch it that way. And fleece does have different directions where it stretches more than the other. You can see this really stretches far compared to this, which doesn't. So I'm going to turn it this way, use the stretch, and find a piece. It goes like that. Trace this up. Use the blue one. Trace that up like that. And this ideally should wrap nicely around the nose shape. This burgundy color was something we had dyed for another project, and anytime we have small little scrap pieces, we always save them. Obviously, if it's too tiny, you can always get rid of that. But as you saw, small scraps are good for noses, good for eyes, good for eyelids, all that stuff. So cutting out this, and then what I'm going to do next is grab some upholstery thread. So you see this goes here. And this is what's going to wrap around our nose shape. I'm going to try to pull it tight as best we can. This is actually have an opportunity again to try to see how this is going to wrap and modify even more. I feel like the bottom is pretty good. The sides actually might have a little too much material, and even the top might have a little too much material. So I think while I'm here, I'm going to start cutting a little more off that area, just so I don't have too much behind the nose. Let's fold this in half and do a symmetrical cut. Alright, hopefully I haven't taken off too much. So I guess So, next thing I'm going to do, nice thing is this fleece can be pulled pretty darn tight. I'm going to take a little off the top. So I'm going to thread up my needle here. That's a leather needle, don't want that one. I'm going to thread up my needle here. There we go. And this is called upholstery thread. It looks like any other regular thread, except if you look closely, you'll realize it's much thicker and it has really strong hold. It's sewn. It's used for sewing very intense, heavy materials, and that we're using this because we're really going to jam on it. I'll show you what I mean. Thread up your needle, and then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to do a basic whip stitch all around the entire edge of this, almost like you're making a little coin purse or a pouch. And then I'll show you what happens next. So tie it off here. I double the thread up. I tie it with a knot. I like to have it doubled up because then I can really, cinch it up when I make my first stitch. So I'll start at the bottom here, and I'm just going to do a whip stitch all the way around the surface of this nose, starting at the bottom. First thing I need to do is tie it off, so I double it back into that itself there. Now it's been tied off nice. And I'm just going to do a whip stitch all the way around the edge here. You don't need to do them that close together per se. Again, imagine it as if you're making a drawstring coin purse or something. That's basically what you're doing. You're creating a little bag, which you are going to wrap this fleece around the nose. You see how even when I pull it, start to pull it up, it starts to kind of cinch up a little bit. That's good. That's what you want to be happening. Around this fleece, I'm glad we're using this fleece. It has a lot of nice stretch to it. Some of the newer fleeces, F3, some great properties to it. It hides seams really well. It dyes up really nicely once you kind of learn the basic technique for dyeing it. It doesn't have as much stretch though, and sometimes it's harder to hide seams when materials kind of come together. It also has a bit of a memory to it. It sometimes can keep, if it's enfolded in a box, it's really hard to work the folds out. You kind of will continue to see them. But this fleece here, super soft, one of the older nylon fleeces that might be available, may not be, but really great for doing this kind of detail work because it's very forgiving in its stretch and its durability and flexibility. So I'm just stitching all the way around. This is called a whip stitch for those of you that are playing along at home. One of the primary stitches that we use. It's great for stitching two pieces of material together, but as you can see, I'm just doing it in a row like that. I'm not stitching two pieces together. I'm just going in and out, in and out. You want to make sure you avoid any knots. If you get a knot in there, make sure you undo it because you're going to need to be able to pull that thread all the way through, and any knot that you end up in there will actually prevent it from creating the shape that you need it to create. So sometimes the thread can be stubborn and wants to create knots, but you have to work those out as soon as they appear. I'm going to continue to go around the edge here, and I'm almost about 2/3 of the way through on this, and then I'm going to eventually put it around the L200 form and pull that tight, and hopefully it will find all those little detail shapes and pull the material around it. Again, this is why we put the wood on the back. The wood, no amount of material, fabric pulling around wood that we're doing is going to distort that shape. So it guarantees that you have that nice shape and profile that you've kept, that you've cut. Otherwise, if you don't put the wood on there, which you can also do if your shape is a round shape, that's fine. But it will just sort of soften out all the edges and turn it into a marshmallow, and you'll lose a lot of that interesting definition that you sought to have. All right, I'm coming to the end here now. I'm not going to tie it off yet. That's going to happen later. But I'm coming to my first stitch, and so I'm going to go all the way up to it, not go over it. And here we are. And now, this is the bottom, as I remembered. And so I kind of loosen this thing out a little bit. I'm going to take my nose and I put it inside this little pouch that I've created, like so. And then I am going to pull it tight. And as I pull it tight, I want to keep dressing the material to make sure it is going up and over that wood. And as I pull it tight, it'll cinch it up around the shape, as you can see. That is like that. See, I'm just pulling it tighter and tighter and tighter. You almost can't pull it too tight. And as I do, it's sealing up around the entire shape. There we go. Now I did lose a little definition in here in this nostril. That's all right. We can always put a stitch in there later if we wish. I can always draw it out with some definition. In fact, that might be fun to do a little. In fact, maybe I will do that when I'm done. Draw a little upholstery thread through and to the other side and around. So I'm not going to worry too much about that shape that was lost. But now what I want to do is finish this off. You can see I had just the right amount of material. If you have too much of a high profile, and when you attach it to your face, then it really sits off the face in an unsightly way. I think this is going to look quite nice. And so what I'm going to do now is finish this off. And the way I do it is I just go stitch across like this. And each time I'm going to be pulling that tight. And then I'm going to stitch across this way, the opposite direction. And each time, pulling that tight. The other direction, you can see I'm sort of sealing that hole up. You may never get the hole sealed up all the way, but it works pretty well. Just across, across, across. Pulling that tight. This way here. No one's ever going to see the underside of the nose, but you do want to make sure that it is secure enough so that it doesn't pop. If that seam pops, then the whole fleece will just pop right off. So like that. It's going good. I'm just going to grab some other material here and just start, pretty hacking some stitches in there just to hold it. And that's sealed it up pretty well. This has a lot of nice stretch to it. And then I'm going to tie a knot off once I've grabbed as much material as I need to. I'll just tie it off in here, back through itself. One. Oops. Not right. Not good. Cinched up too soon. There we go. So we get a nice loop there. Tie that off. And then I like to do a second one. Just because. In case one comes undone, the other will hold it. Like that. That. Now, in fact, I'm not even going to undo this string. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this thread that I have, I'm going to draw it across that nostril, go straight through and see if I can have it come out the other side. And then I can create a little definition in that nose. Let's see if the needle will even reach that far. I might have to get a longer needle, but let's see if I can make this work. If it doesn't, then we'll all fail together. Oh, look, it came through. Good. Pull this through with pliers. So what I'm doing is creating a little nostril definition by pulling that like that. And then this is coming down this side like that, which looks nice. Not quite symmetrical, but that's okay. He's a pirate. So a little symmetry might be nice. Go through that fleece again. Pull it tight. Just grab little sections of material. So I want to make sure that tension stays on that stitch that I've made. Go back the other way, pull it tight, go back again, and then eventually knot that off. Maybe I'll do one more through and I'll double knot it. 1, 2. And this would be another opportunity to have some nice definition in our chalk pastel as well. As Sean mentioned, you could also do some airbrushing work, which you could do, but I think a little chalk in that might be nice just to kind of bring it out. Cut that off. Boom. So now we have the finished nose with those nostril definitions, and that is going to attach to our pirate face like so. And the way we're going to attach this, there's lots of different ways we can do it. One of the simplest ways is to put a little wig tape on and sort of stick it on. That's a very temporary hole. Another way to do it is to take a whip stitch and stitch it all around the perimeter, which is a better hold, probably the best hold. And then a middle ground is to take some pins and sort of pin it through. I don't think what the best way to attach this would be. I may want to stitch it on because that will really keep it in place nicely. But I'm actually going to put a little wig tape on the back to start with to stick it on. And then I'll do a little stitching. In fact, I can probably get away with stitching it in a couple of places. But let's see what happens if I tape it on first. A bit of tape on the back, like so, and then let's see how that does it. Stick that on. One thing about the wood is it does make it a little difficult if you want to pin the nose in place, but for me it's a nice trade-off because I was able to maintain that nice shape. So I've got nose sticks on like so. This will keep it in place. And then I'm just going to get some thread and I'm going to do a little stitching around to make sure that nose stays where it ought to be. Like so. So let me grab a little bit of what we got here. Peach thread maybe. Maybe I'll just go for the red. Ideally you want to find thread that matches as close to whatever you're sewing. The red's a little dark, but I think it'll work for what I'm doing. Actually, a little lighter. Let's see. We keep all of our thread organized by color, as you can see here. And so I'm looking for something that will disappear relatively well. Actually, this burgundy, that's pretty good. Burgundy is pretty much a match. And now we're going to stitch the nose on. We're using the whip stitch here. And then maybe while I'm stitching, this would be, first I'll show you the stitch in case you don't know it. You'll notice this thread is a lot thinner. This is just basic dual duty all-purpose thread. When you pull thread out, you never want to go longer than the reach of your arm. Thread the needle up, stitch the nose on, and then maybe while I'm stitching, doing some whip stitching, we could answer some questions of puppet building questions if anyone has them. So if while I'm stitching this nose in place, if you have any questions related to puppet building or puppetry, either the step that I'm on, previous steps, or if you have questions about what's coming next, feel free to ask them, and we can answer as many questions as we can get to in this time. So first I'll show you the whip stitch. So, I'll start at the top, and it's probably lay the puppet on the ground, on the table, so I can work them on a flat surface, so I can actually get to every angle. It's also, these heads do come off the bodies. Sometimes it's easier to take the head off the body when you're doing these sort of things, but I think I can work with the head on the body. So the basic principle is I want to grab some material on the nose, the fleece here, and then I'm going to grab a little bit of fleece on the face. First knot, I'm going to tie it off like that. Grab the nose fleece, grab the face fleece, and just work around. You know, this one you don't have to pull quite as tight as I was to get the nose in place, but you want to pull it tight enough so that it really marries to that material.
We have some questions.
Great, I'd be happy to answer them.
All right. One question, someone is asking about the experience that we had working on the Dark Crystal TV show for Netflix.
Oh yeah, so we have our own company, as you guys are watching, Swazzle Inc. This is where we do puppet building for clients and for our own productions and shows. But also we've had the great good fortune to work on other people's projects, and one of the projects we worked on was Dark Crystal Age of Resistance. That was at Jim Henson's Creature Shop in Burbank, California. And we helped build Gelfling bodies, arms, legs, bodies, and all sorts of shapes. Also made, I think, I forget how many, close to 100 neck sleeves. I if I remember correctly. And it was really great. We were a small part of a much bigger project, and we were sort of team Gelfling body, myself, Sean, and then Artie Esposito, another puppet builder that we work with quite a lot, and puppeteer.
Great. We have another question.
Yes.
Someone wants to know, have you heard of Mr. Meaty?
Yeah, a lot of great puppet projects have come up over the years. Mr. Meaty was a popular one on Nickelodeon, I believe. Very funny characters, great looking puppets, great designs. In fact, we know the creator of that show. The puppet world is very small. Yeah, it's a good show. Very funny, very strange, but with a really unique aesthetic, which is nice.
Someone is saying, I thought you would glue the eyelid around the eye disc
Yeah.
before you attach it to the puppet.
Sure, I mean, lots of different ways you can do that. This one we didn't do that technique because we wanted to have some flexibility with it. But certainly you are more than welcome to glue things. I mean, heck, if this was your puppet, you could glue this nose on the face if you wanted to. But because this is one of our rental puppets and we're creating a character and we want to be able to use it for other things, that's why we're not permanently attaching and gluing elements to the puppets.
Someone says this is in regards to the tag board.
Yeah.
I keep someone keeps their puppet patterns in manila envelopes.
Yep.
And yes, a lot of patterns I've drafted for individual puppets. Okay, so they're talking about storage of patterns.
Yeah. We also store our patterns in envelopes, large office envelopes, which are good. We label them, we put a date on them, and we're in the process of creating a new organizational system for them because we've created a lot of patterns over the years. Right now they're in pattern boxes with all the projects that they're part of labeled on the outside. But and it's very important to keep your patterns, not only because you may want to create that puppet again for the client. They might come back and say, hey, I need another version of that puppet, or can you make it again? But also sometimes old projects can become a starting point for a new project. You know, maybe, for example, this pirate shape, if I kept this nose, there might be a project where someone has a similar shape. I go, I think I did that before. Let me go back to that old pattern and pull it out. Body patterns especially are useful. You know, once you've created one sort of generic, quote unquote, generic puppet body, that's a good pattern to keep and maintain. So you can go back to that and use it as a starting point for your next puppet. Not to say that you have to make it exactly the same, because you can also then modify and change the pattern as you develop that new character. But it does give you a really nice starting point. That way you're not always starting from scratch on every single puppet that you build.
Someone wants to know, how would you permanently attach the eyelids?
Glue. Glue is the most permanent way to attach anything, or stitch, but we don't like to have total permanent attachments. In fact, even the heads of the puppets generally, I mean, sometimes they're stitched in place, but generally they're pinned in place with a safety pin. Our arms are not permanently attached. They're attached with shoelaces and little shoelace clips around the back, on the inside, and that way they can come off. We like to have our puppets as modular as possible so that they are as flexible as possible for the end user, which is either the puppeteer or whoever's creating the project. You know, taking a head off a puppet makes it easy for costume changes and such. Also, there might be some special rigging or some gag that needs to be done. And if your puppet has a little more flexibility, then you can be a little more nimble about, and flexible about what this puppet can and can't do.
Here's a question. Interesting method with covering the nose. Why do you guys prefer sewing as opposed to gluing the fleece?
Thank you. Great question. So it's kind of similar to what I had said before. The reason why we tend to do sewing instead of gluing is it can always be undone. You can always cut a thread seam, undo it, and start over if you need to. But I prefer, we do use a lot of glue, of course. Our foam is glued together. The wooden pallets are glued into the mouths. But for some of this finishing work, I think having a stitch that can be undone keeps things the most flexible. All right, so we'll stitch that up here, and this seals that up. I'm just going to...
Someone says, I love the puppets you made for Kidding. What was it like designing those puppets, and how much freedom did you have with the designs?
Great, thank you for that question. Kidding was a show that we built puppets for. It was a Showtime production starring Jim Carrey, and it was directed by
Michel Gondry.
Michel Gondry. Thank you. Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind director. A lot of the puppet designs that we worked with came from the production designer. So they worked up initial passes of the designs, gave them to us, and that became the starting point for the characters. Sometimes it was as simple as a little rough sketch that the director would work out, or sometimes the production designer would have fully fledged illustrated color designs that we worked from. So while we did get to design some characters later on that came from our shop, most of the puppets were starting from illustrations and designs that were provided to us by the production team. So this here is what that nose is looking like. Feels like it's a little crooked, but I kind of don't mind it. It's a pirate. Maybe I'm going to add a little bit of definition in here, the way Sean did. All I can do is mess it up. Maybe a little brown might be nice. Something a little on the fleece of the face. Don't want to do that. Yeah, a little something. Not going to do too much because I actually don't want to overdo it. So anyways, that is the puppet nose. In fact, this little guy already has ears, but I guess we don't need to talk about ears at all. Okay. We can maybe talk through the process of ears without demonstrating it. Great. So next, let me just do a little brief talk on ears. We actually did a great video about how we do our ears, and the process is for shapes like ears. Once you have your pattern for the ear, which can be made out of tag board or something like this, you're going to take this and you're going to trace it onto your fleece. Let's pretend we're using this fleece right here. And this guy already has ears, but something that you can do with your own puppet, the ear here, what you want to do is take this fleece and your pattern, fold that in half, like so, and then put your ear on here, and then you're going to trace where the ear goes. And then what you actually do is take this over to the sewing machine. Let's do it real quick since we're here. And you sew on that line. This thread is, the machine is not, I'll just throw a brown thread in there. It doesn't matter since we're not using this as final. There's already a bobbin in there. Turn that up. It's just an example. This guy already has ears, but at least that way you'll have some foundation of how to make ears if you want to for your own puppet. And then right to the eye of that needle. What you do is simply stitch on that curved line, not on the straight line. First, you gotta make sure your machine is plugged in, which it is. Okay, boom, boom, boom. One. There we go. So we go around. Just follow that curve of that ear. Like so. Take this off, and then what you do is you just cut away all that excess material. You can cut that straight line there. Don't cut your stitching you just did. And then you cut away this excess material here as close as you can to that stitch. And you can also hand stitch it if you want to, but this is a lot faster process. Turn that inside out, and you have an ear that you can see can go onto your puppet. You can also take a little bit of fun foam if you want. Use your same pattern, trace and cut, and then slide the fun foam into that, and that gives a little bit of shape. This can either be pinned on or stitched on. we see how that is a nice technique for creating an ear relatively quickly. So there you go. Now Sean's going to add some of our facial hair onto this puppet. Mustache, hair, beard. So, take it away.
All right. Thank you, Patrick. This character is looking pretty cool. The interesting thing about the way we're doing this puppet is normally if you're working on a puppet, you wouldn't have so many handoffs. So it's sort of interesting to see choices that Patrick is making, choices that I'm making, and it's always subtlety. I've heard someone describe it as it's the difference in someone's handwriting, which is their style. Like if I said to you, anyone out there, make this design, even if you were the best puppet builders in the world, you would make little choices that would make the design different and unique, and I think that's really cool. So that's sort of the that's more of the art part of puppet building. Is everyone makes little decisions along the way, and that will affect the overall look. I've always wanted to conduct the experiment where I get like 5 or 6 puppet builders, and I have them with one design that's very something different, something unique, and have everyone make the puppet without seeing what the other people are doing, and just to bring them in and just to see what are the unique differences, what are the choices that people made to realize that puppet. Maybe that's something we'll do. I don't know, in the future. All right, so we're going to do hair and the mustache. So let's start with our hair first. Now, a lot of people ask us, how do we do patterns? How do we make patterns? And if you pay attention to this process, you'll sort of get some of the techniques that we use when it comes to pattern building. Because I'm going to be draping this puppet to get the shape of the hair. So his hair is, let's see, it kind of comes in, when we were designing it, I said a widow's peak. I think it's kind of a round widow's peak. I think it would come up a little bit, and then we decided it would kind of come down to like a mutton choppy thing. I think in the back it would come down pretty far because he's, rather unkempt and unruly. Something to consider is you definitely want to consider fur direction when you're doing the hair. So, for example, if I were going to make a puppet that had bangs, I would want the fur to come this direction. If I was doing like it was going to be like a side part, then I would want the fur to go this way. But I think it would look good to have the hair going back and down. So that's the direction I want the fur to go. So I'm basically going to make a pattern. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to start with a piece of fleece, just polar fleece. What we do is we keep a whole bunch of polar fleece around, as you can see, that we use for patterns. Sometimes we can use junk fleece for patterns. I mean, it got misdyed or had some flaw in it. That could be used for patterns. But we'll use this. This is just polar fleece. Now, when you're using polar fleece to pattern, bear in mind that the stretch of a polar fleece is going to be a lot greater than the stretch of fur. Some furs do have stretch, but in general, the faux furs that you can find readily available don't have stretch. If stretchy fur is what you need, then the place to get that is a place called NFT. And no, it's not non-fungible token. It's National Hair and Fiber Tech. And they are a really great company. They make custom weaves of fur. And we've had occasion to use them a couple of times. Rather pricey, but yeah, we pay for. The nice thing about their furs is it is super stretchy, 4-way stretch, and it looks very realistic. So all of the best, realistic animal furs they make, lion manes they make, they're used. That company's used by all the best effects houses and make puppets and such. All right, so cutting myself a generous piece of this polar fleece, more than I will need, and just put the rest aside. So I'm essentially doing like a little skull cap. I need some pins for this process. I want to start at the center, and I'm not too concerned about creating it symmetrical because I will then create the symmetry when I make the pattern. By the way, this is the fur we'll be using. We pre-selected this because, first of all, it's black and it has such a great texture to it. It just has this kind of woolly, naturalistic texture, which I feel is very pirate-like. All right. So, here we go. The stretch is this way. All right, myself some fabric here. And so what I'm going to do is just kind of figure out where I want that, the hair to start. It all depends on your character. And with this particular character, we need to make sure we have room for the eyebrows because the eyebrows are a distinct look. And probably for those eyebrows, we'll be using some of the same woolly material, but we can have Patrick come in and make the eyebrows. I'm just doing the hair. So I want to start it up, kind of high. Let's say we're going to start it there, right? So all I'm going to do is put a pin right there in the top, just to mark that. And right now I'm just sort of like pinning the material too. So here's an ear. So I want to kind of pin the top of the ear. That's good. I know we want these mutton chops to come down. So I want to mark the bottom of the ear. We want it to be kind of like this. By the way, the mutton chops we want to come this way down. Think about how your hair grows. So I'll show you how to mark fur direction. All right, so now I want to kind of find the center back, which is, okay, here's the, let's see, right about here is the bottom of that. All right, okay, and I'm just kind of put a pin here. This is just for my own reference. So you'll notice I have like this excess material here. All I'm going to do is just kind of like take it up. So this is where the ear is going to be. I know the ear is going to be there, so why don't I just cut out the space for the ear. All right. And I don't need it to be super thick. It just needs to be enough space for the ear. So that's our ear right there. Okay. So like this, like this. All right, so now I have excess material. All I'm going to do is just kind of pin it in place. Just to say, this material is going away. It will be cut. Don't need it, don't want it. All right, so you see how this is sort of starting to look. Here it is from the back. Okay, so then I'm going to start by just removing this excess material because we know that's not going to be here. And this pin I'm going to move a little closer to the skull. All right, get this out of here. Cut off the excess. Okay. So that will be a stitch ultimately. Now, obviously, when I cut it, I just kind of cut it to give myself an idea of what I'm looking at. But if I were to make the seam line here, I would have a little too much material. So I'm actually just going to draw, where I actually feel like that cut would be with a marker. And I can sort of, it's not really necessary, but you could do registration marks to say, okay, right there, just to make sure things are lining up the way you want them to line up. Now I'm going to draw my center line. So starting from the top and the center, coming all the way down. Like so. Then I'm going to go across, figure out where that hairline is going to go. Do I want it to go pretty far? Yeah, I want it to go far enough. I don't want it to be short cropped here. You know, I want it to be a little longer, unruly, but I don't necessarily think it needs to be super long. I mean, ultimately, what I could do is I could grab extra material, make a ponytail. I mean, there's all sorts of things you could do. There's honestly no limit. You could even use a wig for this character, but instead we'll make a wig. All right, so I'm just gonna go across there, and then think about the hairline is probably gonna go here, and then it's gonna meet that other bit down there, like so. All right, and then we have this widow's peak kind of idea, but we don't want it to be like, you know, Dracula. I want it to be more of a round widow's peak. So I'll just kind of make it rounded, round like so. And then I'm gonna kind of bring it in a little bit, just to give him a little interest. Like, I could go straight across, but that's less interesting. Let's make it like he's starting to lose his hair. Why not? Let's tell a story about him. So his hair's starting to come in a little bit, okay? Then he's going to come in for these mutton chops. So down for the sideburn. Where's that stash? So we want to kind of be like this, right? So we take like that. That's what's going to come off. All right. So now we sort of get the idea. So the next thing I need to do is I need to draw the fur direction. So if this was to be, like I said, going like a hairdo like this, you know, like John Travolta in Face Off, then I would draw the lines this way. But since we're doing more of a Jack Nicholson, we're going back. So I'm gonna just draw a line that goes back. It goes down. Here I also want it to go down. And here I also want it to go down. Okay. I can mark up this pattern. I could say, oh, this is center back. Like we know that's going to be the center back. All right. So here we go. That is a fleece pattern for the hair. Now what I can do is take this off the puppet. And I'm going to transfer this to tracing paper. And I'm going to give myself an actual symmetrical pattern. All right. This is pattern making. You can, you know, this carries over whether you're making a wig or whether you're making, you know, covering a puppet with fleece, fur, whatever. Now you notice when I lay it out, I instantly have these lines going different directions. So that tells me that this is not going to be a single piece pattern. This is going to be made out of multiple pieces. So I need to make a few decisions. So this is the top, this goes this way, so I feel like this should still be going back. So I think I'm going to make a decision and kind of like cut it here. Feels somewhat organic. And then this is going down, but this is going this way. So I'm going to make this pattern, I'll take it off here. Okay, so this piece goes down, this piece goes down, and that piece goes down. So the next thing I'm going to do is grab a giant piece of tracing paper, and I'm going to make a pattern that's going to be symmetrical. So all I need to do is worry about one side. Now, as it happens, the seam down the back happens to be pretty straight. So I can already tell that this piece and this piece can be the same piece of fur. There's no point in sewing a completely straight seam. So that saves me some time, but I'm still gonna just draw the line here like so. I'm gonna draw this is the widow's peak coming through his hairline, coming down to the mutton chops. That's gonna go like that. Make sure you get your fur directions in there. I know that's gonna be a stitch seam. We're coming over the ear, and then hairline, this is the back. And here we are, this is that little dart that we removed of fabric. And we know that that is going to match up. I kind of purposely made those match in one area, just so you don't have like all these seams coming together awkwardly. You might as well have them come together in one place. This goes down, this goes down, registration marks. You're in here, and this goes down. We know this is centered back. All right, very rough for now. I don't need that fleece anymore. But now what I can do is take this and fold it in half. A lot of people ask about pattern making. That is probably the most asked question we get, pattern making. So these are some of the techniques that you would use to make a pattern. You can use this for hair, like I'm using it for. It could be covering, fleece. The techniques are the same. You just adapt it to your purpose. All right. There's no reason why this could be a curved line, but I just feel like sometimes adding a little bit of organic shape to it will help disguise that line a little bit in the finished puppet. And now we're coming around for our sideburn mutton chop, which we want to go that way. And this part goes that way. This goes that way. These are our registration marks. All right. I do want to transfer this to the tag board before I cut it out, so I have a more substantial pattern. So all I'm going to do is just trace the other side, and basically I'm using this as if it's, press down, make 2 copies, carbon paper, if they even use that anymore. All right, so I'm just tracing, so I have it on both sides. Make sure you get your arrows in there. That will come in play. I'll show you. We discussed fur direction. When I first started making puppets, I didn't even think about fur direction. Like, it didn't even dawn on me, but now I know better. All right, so now I've got it traced. So I'm going to grab a piece of tag board. Maybe it'll even fit. Yay, it does. All right. I'm just going to grab my pen, and I'm just going to transfer this. I'm transferring it to the tag board. One, if I were to save these patterns, it makes it more like archival, something that I could return to. Also, if I needed to trace a lot of these, it's a more durable material. And pretty much all it is heavy paper. So you can use manila envelopes. You can get tag board by the roll. Lots of ways. And if you don't have it, that's fine too. Just use what you have. All right. Make sure I get my direction arrows in there. My registration marks. The last time people asked me what are registration marks, what are they for? Well, you'll get to see what they are and what they are for. All right. So it's transferred. I'm going to clean this up a little bit. These are straight lines. I know they're straight lines, so I might as well just true things up ever so slightly. And if they were a curved line, I obviously wouldn't be using a straight edge to do it, because you want to make sure that you're staying true to your pattern. Like, for example, this I'm going to freehand, as it's an organic shape. And this too. And there is a certain amount of forgiveness you have with fur. I mean, if I were making this out of, I don't know, silk or something, I wouldn't have as much leeway. So keep in mind the material you're using. Now, one thing I don't have when using fur is stretch. So I didn't really overstretch the fleece when I was making this pattern. If I had done that, then I might have ended up with a little wig that's much too tight. So always keep that in mind. And looks like I forgot to transfer a few pieces of information. I made an octopus or something. So let's make sure I get everything transferred over. All right, so now you see I've sort of cleaned the pattern up because I already know this is going to be one piece instead of two pieces. I'm going to do something. I'm going to say this is center front. I'm going to say this is pirate wig fur. I'm already showing the fur direction. I can say this is part 1, this is part 2, this is part 3. These are notes for you. You can say, okay, this is a registration point here, and this is A, and this is A. So you know A and A go together. You know that B and B go together, and you know that C and C go together, and D and D go together. All stuff that'll help you in the actual making of the pattern, especially when you're away from this project and you have to go back and go, where was that pirate wig? Did we make a pirate wig? And you pull all these pieces and you're like, how does this even go back together? So it's good to give yourself a little treasure map. See what I did there? I'm gonna cut it out. This is the back of it. Trace that up. That's fine. All right, cutting it out. We'll be doing some hand stitching once I get this traced up. So if you've got some questions, get them handy. And we'll have some time to answer some questions while I do some hand stitching. You can ask about puppets, puppet shows, anything we've worked on, whatever things you're struggling with when it comes to your puppet making, all of that. So get those ready. So right now I'm just cutting out the pattern, which I will use to make pirate hair. Also, let us know if you like these lives. Give us a thumbs up. Let us know. This sort of feedback is important. We like to know that, are we providing something that's valuable to you all? So if it is, give us a thumbs up. Let us know that you appreciate this. All right. Positive comments only. Okay. All right. There we go. So now I'm going to cut out these little registration marks. We actually make pattern punches. They're great for doing this, but scissors work just as well. We showed you the technique with the pastel, chalk pastel. You can also use that on craft fur as well to great effect. So it just adds something else, adds depth and character, something to make it unique, stand out. So this is where I'm cutting the pattern apart now. Of course, it'll be stitched back together, keeping fur direction in mind. Okay, so here are my pattern pieces. Now, of course, I would also write pirate wig, pirate wig, pirate wig, pirate wig, so that when this goes into an envelope and I pull it out and go, is this foam? Is this wood? What is this? Is this an eyebrow? You give yourself that roadmap. All right. When you're tracing onto black fur, it's helpful to have either like a silver marker, although I find even silver markers don't really work great on black fur, but what does work is a colored pencil. It's always good to have like a silver colored pencil. There's also like some people use like chalk markers, and people make clothing and dresses and stuff. They have other techniques, but for us being puppet makers, we found that a colored pencil does the trick. All right, so let's talk about fur direction. So this is the fur direction. You can see if you really are confused as to the direction, like if the fur is really muddled and you can't tell, turn it over. And you'll see the lines are generally going in one direction. So these lines are going this way. And I hold it up, I can see the fur is falling down, okay? So I want the arrows to go this way. When I match up my pattern, I want it to match up with the fur direction going down. So I'm gonna grab some pattern weights. We've talked about pattern weights before. There's these little fabric bean bags, basically. They're heavy, and they're nice to keep your pattern in place. All right, I'll just use the silver marker, and I'll go ahead and trace out the pattern. Like so. Make sure I get all those little registration marks. I'm not going to do those. I know how those go together. It's no biggie. So that's one. And then keeping fur direction in mind, I know this guy has to go this way. See, if I were to trace it the other way, it's like part of the fur go this way, part will go that way, and it wouldn't necessarily give the look we're going for. I mean, ultimately, this guy's going to have a bandana and a hat, but still, do it so it looks the best you can. And then this pattern piece, again, we're going arrow down, fur down, like so. Registration marks. Now our little sideburns. Notice how I'm like grouping these together. That's something I do naturally. It's a good habit for you all to get into, which is when you're cutting fur fabric materials, don't cut from the center. You know, you want to be thoughtful about how you're using your material, so that you're leaving yourself with, you know, good extra material. Alright, so that's one sideburn. And here's the second. Alright, now in other videos we talked about how to cut fur, and a lot of people know this, but the number one guideline to remember is don't use scissors to cut fur. I'll show you why. So if I were to cut this fur with scissors, I would cut like this, and I would blunt cut all of that fur, and then it would leave with this, you know, icky mess on the other side, and it's not the finished look you want. So when you're cutting fur, the best way to do it is to use a blade, the same Persona blade we use for foam, and only cut to the back. Just cut to the back and then pull the fibers apart. We've also cut fur on laser cutter, had good success with that, and you just set the laser depth to just go through the backing. So I can just take off the extra. This will eventually be for his beard and mustache, and the rest will be put back in the box. And I'm going to use this blade, and I'm going to carefully cut along the lines, cutting out the fur, like so. Alright, this is my other little pattern. One thing you also keep in mind when you're working with fur, don't brush it unless your desired look is to be really frizzy, because that is the effect it'll have. It'll frizz it out, and any sort of character or life that it had before will be gone. In fact, maybe that's the character you want. So I don't know. Here's the back of the hair. Here come the sides. Little bits like this we're always saving, even if it's small, because you'll see it'd be great for eyebrows. It could be, who knows, all sorts of things. It's very useful. This is the around the ear section. If you notice your blade start to drag, then get a fresh blade. You go through quite a few boxes of Personna blades, just because even though these materials are soft, they still wear the blades out pretty quickly. All right, put them down like so. And the last thing is our sideburns. All right, get the water. Sideburns. These little bits I'm not too concerned about saving. Don't drive yourself nuts. Alright. Okay, as I said, we're gonna do some hand sewing. So if you have some questions, start getting those ready, and Patrick can read those to me. Not yet, not yet. Let me get into the sewing. Okay. All right. Those are all my pieces. So now I'm going to grab some black thread, and we're ready to show you how we sew these together. Patrick said we organize all of our thread by color. Here's the black and white box. Also has gray. There's a nice black. We use this all-purpose dual-duty thread. Seems to do the trick. All right, so the first thing I'm going to do, I might have my first pattern piece. I can always refer to my pattern, because what you don't want to do is do all this nice stitching and then go, oh, I put the wrong things together, and you have to undo it. So I look at this and I see, okay, this is the B side. That goes like this. All right, so probably I'll do is I'll stitch that first. So that's this. And then I find the matching corresponding piece of fur, which is this. So that means these stitch here. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to stitch the pieces together. So I have one full piece, like basically recreate the single shape we had before we broke it into pieces. I use a little thimble. Surprise myself that having not lost it yet, so hopefully I won't. When I'm stitching the fur together, it's the same technique we use for stitching fleece. We're just going to stitch through the backing. So I'm just going to do a whip stitch that goes in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out, all around. And as I'm setting this up, if folks have questions, go ahead and ask questions, and I'll talk while I stitch. Double knot here, or a double thread and then knot. All right, so here we go. In one side, in and out. This is just a whip stitch. Because this is just a wig, I don't have to keep the stitches super close together. And because it's craft fur, I definitely have a little freedom. It's a forgiving material, is what I'm trying to say. Alright. So that's one side stitched. Finish that stitch off. Oop. I just created string art accidentally. Always happens. Alright.
All right, here's some questions. Ready?
Go ahead.
Going back to some of the work we did before, how do you make sure the pastel doesn't rub off onto the rest of the puppet? Is there a good sealant?
We don't use a sealant, and it could rub off onto part of the puppet. So yeah, so I guess be thoughtful about how you're using it. However, I've noticed over the years that it's pretty permanent. Like somehow it gets into those fibers, and we don't really have a problem with it rubbing off in other parts of the puppet.
Do you guys machine sew long pile fur? I always hand sew it because it gets caught in the seams.
Yes, we do sometimes machine sew fur, and we sometimes hand stitch it. It is true that it can get stuck up in your sewing machine, so make sure you've set your, machine up accordingly. But it machine sews pretty well.
Is there a way to properly dye anti-pill fleece? Any dyeing tips to help the color hold?
Okay, how do you dye polar fleece? The answer is you don't. I mean, unless there's some dye genius out there that can tell me how to do it, we have never had good success dyeing the polyester anti-pill polar fleece.
Do you guys know of a material I could use for a sturdy mouth plate that can be cut without a saw?
I mean, if you're looking for a sturdy mouth plate you can cut without a saw, you might consider moving into rubbers, or even like a rubber, or a gasket rubber, or plastic. Even using packaging plastic, what pops into mind is like the container for Tide Pods or something. That's a plastic you can use and cut with scissors. You don't need saw. Right now I'm going to put the sideburns on. So let's see, going back to my pattern, D is there. So that means this little guy goes here. Okay, I'll just take a few stitches to put that on.
Do you ever make puppets with flexible mouths? What material do you use?
Yes, we do make puppets with flexible mouths. We use a variety of materials. You can use foam, just foam, straight up foam, dyed. You can use rubber, like I mentioned before, like a gasket rubber. You can also use leather. All depends on your design and what you want to achieve. I mean, it could be just fabric, like a sock puppet. The truth is, what you should do is experiment. I mean, the techniques that we use are the techniques that we've had good luck with over the years. But every once in a while, a project comes around and we're, have to do something completely different in order to to pull that puppet off. Like for example, for Waffles and Mochi, the Waffles puppet needed to be really flexible and needed to eat food and all that. So we had to think about, what material, and we ended up using like a kind of a neoprene material, which is like wetsuit material. So yeah, try stuff, experiment. All right, sewing the next sideburn on.
Any advice in adding personality to your puppets?
Good question. Some of the stuff that we're saying now, like I was talking about, using a little bit of chalk and all of that, that's all ways to add personality. You can also, what did I just do? I think I just sewed this on wrong. Oh yeah. All right. I just did I sewed the wrong sideburn on. Well, glad I caught it now. You can do all sorts of them, just snipping the stitch, no big deal. One of the best ways to add personality to your puppet is to have a great puppeteer. I mean, that's ultimately what it comes down to. We love Kermit the Frog now, but I have a hard time believing that Kermit the Frog would be designed today if Kermit the Frog didn't exist. And the reason why we love Kermit the Frog is because of the way Jim Henson brought that character to life. So there often is a lot of focus put on the puppet itself, but just as important is the contribution of the puppeteer. All right, so now I'm fixing that mistake. At least it was an easy stitch.
Are pattern weights similar to hacky sacks?
They're smaller, and you can make your own pattern weights. You just get some, weighted material and make your own. They're pretty simple to make. So they're sort of like hacky sacks. I don't know how heavy hacky sacks are though. These are pretty heavy. Not heavy, but they got enough weight to hold a piece of paper down to a piece of fabric. All right, next sideburn being stitched on. Again, just that same whip stitch I'm using. Just a few stitches here. All right, I'm gonna finish that up with a double knot. All right, now it's time to stitch together these pieces here, and this is where the registration marks come into play. You can see that I can just line them up along those lines. I notice that this isn't quite matching, but that's okay. I can also trim it up a little bit because it is hair, there's, and also this fur, the way it hangs down, it's not going to be as super obvious if this was a really fine material. Oh, almost lost my thimble. Or it was, very directional. It's right under there. Then it would be harder to hide any sort of flaw. Thank you. All right. Now I can put some pins in these registration marks just to keep myself lined up. Make sure it's continue to stay lined up as I work my way down. And I'm sort of laying it flat, which is fine. It's not a very big curve. If it was of a much bigger curve, I might work around the form itself. But now I'm just doing that whip stitch again. So if you got questions while I stitch, ask away. Some people want to know exactly, what material do we use for this or that. One thing I would say is experiment, because one thing for sure, materials come and go. I remember all these old puppeteers old-time puppeteers when I was growing up used to lament, Celastic. Celastic was this great material. It was like plastic wood, but it was apparently really toxic.
and terrible for you, and got outlawed or some nonsense. Well, not nonsense, but hey, keep people safe. And then it went away, and people had to find new materials. And I feel that way with the fleeces too. Like, I'm not gonna bellyache. Oh, we don't have this anymore. We don't have that anymore. You just go, well, what do we have? How can you make the most of it?
Here's a question for you. Could you guys make a tutorial on mechanisms, especially the cable ones that are operated outside the puppet?
Great question. We could, but the truth is, when we have mechanisms, we have an expert that makes the mechanisms for us. His name is Greg Ballora. He's a super awesome puppeteer, puppet builder, very talented. And so when we have a puppet that needs an eye blink or eyebrow or a mech, you know, like someone said to me, you're always as good as your Rolodex. For younger viewers, a Rolodex used to be an old way to keep track of your contacts. The nice thing about being a puppet builder in a community is it's good to have a baseline, it's good to have knowledge you have, but you also don't have to know everything. So when it comes to mechs, we call on an expert who can integrate that. And a lot of times what'll happen is we will make the puppet head, send it to him, he'll integrate the mech, comes back to us, and then we do the final finishing. So, make friends.
How did you both get into puppetry?
Good question. We've been doing puppet stuff since we were 13, 14 years old. We were big fans of Jim Henson and the Muppets. Definitely an inspiration for us. We started out by joining the San Francisco Bay Area Puppeteers Guild. We're from the Bay Area, and originally, and there we learned many of the techniques that we still use today. We attended a Puppeteers Festival, which is something I always encourage people to do. I should really go back to a festival. It's been quite a few years, but festivals are a great way to meet people, see shows, learn techniques, network. So we went to a festival, learned a lot of skills like that, and then one thing led to another, and now we're live on YouTube. Alright, so I'm stitching the last stitch here. Alright, last chance to get a final question in. If you've got one, I'll happily answer it. And then we're going to be placing this puppet wig onto our pirate character. One person asked, I remember asking, someone asked about how to make sure that your puppets are like distinct or unique, or I forget how they phrased it exactly, and I emphasized the importance of a puppeteer, but also design. Like, you know, challenge yourself. How could a puppet look? There's honestly no limit.
Here's a question.
Mm-hmm.
Oops, like this. Do you still have the first puppet you ever made?
Question is, do we still have the first puppet we ever made? The answer is yes, we do. They were crazy sock puppets. They're stuck up in a storage box. But yes, we do still have those puppets. Maybe we'll show them someday. All right. So here's our wig. Now let's see what it looks like on our pirate. I'm just going to pin it in place for starters. So I'm going to find that kind of center position. Here are the ears. That helps us out. Ears here. Our little cutout is playing nicely for our, you know, kind of the hairline. In another world, this could be Elvis. Alright. So you can see how the fur direction has really, you know, come into play with all this. Bringing it here. And here. All right. Next, I'm going to bring Patrick in.
and he's going to talk about the eyebrows and the beard, and then we'll show you how we stitch all of this down. But I'm going to turn it over to Patrick, and he's going to add some more facial hair.
All right, so eyebrows. This is looking great. Mutton chops really gives them a other time aesthetic. I'm going to create some eyebrows now. Returning back to the design, it had a kind of unique shape to it. And I saw one of the comments, someone said one eyebrow should be higher than the other. Sure, why not? An opportunity to add a little more personality to that character. So if I remember, it was sort of kind of like this. Boom, 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 boom. Kind of had a little shape to it, and also kind of angled the nib a little bit, a little severity there. So I'm just drawing this out on tagboard to kind of get a sense of what might look good, and I'm going to cut it out here. And lots of different ways you can make eyebrows. I'm going to make them out of the fur. I think that'll be nice. You can also make them out of fleece. You can make them out of fun foam. You can make them out of pretty much any of these sort of softer materials you want, depending on what the aesthetic is that you're going for. Well, so eyebrow. Looks pretty good. That, like that. Maybe one is kind of up more, like that. And these, Sean emphasized fur direction a lot. That also is going to come into play here, because the eyebrows, I want them the eyebrows to go up, even up to an angle, but I think up is good. Like that. So go back to my black material here, same stuff that we were using. Hair patterns, which is this stuff here. And I'm going to be mindful of the direction that the fur is going. And I'm going to trace the eyebrows. Actually, before I do that, I'm going to put the eyebrows, line them up, and these will be attached with this top stick that we've been using. So I'm going to apply the top stick. There's two different sides to this top sticker. The part with the label on it is actually kind of a matte. This white is shiny. So I always like to peel the white off first if I'm doing this technique. Stick it down so that this end is what is actually on the fur. That way I can draw on it. So one eyebrow, two eyebrow, and I'm just going to take my eyebrow pattern and be mindful of fur direction and just trace it onto the back of this here. Actually goes right up to the top, which is a good natural stopping point. There, there, trace, trace, and then fur direction, but flip the pattern, make sure you flip the pattern in the opposite direction, and trace, 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 and now I'm going to cut it out. Now, Sean did emphasize the importance of cutting out fur with a blade, which is true, but it's really hard to cut a blade when you've got the sticker on the back. So I'm actually going to use scissors, but I'm going to be very mindful to only cut the backing and not the fibers, because I want to also cut out this this as well. This I'm going to cut out the sticker material as well as the fur. Cut, cut, cut. Like I said, you can use any, felt is also good for eyebrows, but I thought it'd be fun to have a little shagginess to them. We may actually do a little trimming on these eyebrows as well, you know, just to give them a little less of a crazy harried look. Alright, so that. So there's one eyebrow there. So I'm going to cut those down quite a bit, but at least the shape is looking nice. And then another eyebrow here. Just like so. That. I'm just mindful to cut the backing only That way those nice long fibers. This is a technique for cutting fur. As you can see though, it's a little more dependent on precision, takes a little more time than if you were just to draw a blade gently across the back of the backing of the fur. So that. Okay, great. So, let me just pull off these sticker bits. We don't need these. That way this fur can be used for other projects. And the eyebrows here, stuck on. You can see they're kind of crazy, going all over the joint. No worries. Thank you. So, I'm going to add the eyebrows on. Boom. So, that, I'm going to trim off, blunt cut the tops of these. So we have some of that frizz, but not all of the craziness. We give a little bit of shape to the eyebrows as well. Oh, feels right. That. Sure, a little more. That. And I'm going to overlap the eyelid quite a fair amount. Get the sticker stuff off. And apply. That. A little too close together. Bring it a little closer to the eye. That feels right. Fibers go everywhere. That's one of the challenges when you. One of the things you'll learn to deal with are little fine fibers of material going every which way. That. They're kind of impeding on each other a little bit. I'm going to spread them out a little more. This doesn't create a total monobrow, which is a look you could do. Slide this one over as well. Now that they're on the face, a little more trimming, just to shape them a little more. Let's get down here. I do like his big brows, but maybe a little. He's not Groucho Marx, you know. In fact, this is help preserving a little more of his character. By doing that. There we go. Keep them longer at the end. That's looking pretty good. Eyebrows. And then next we're going to make his mustache. And this technique we'll use is similar to what Sean was doing with the hair, where we are working a lot of fur direction into it. I am going to start with this piece of polar fleece. I'm just going to pin it to the face, draw where I think the mustache ought to be, transfer that to a piece of paper, and then do that. So pin this up here. That's where it goes. And kind of want the mustache to go all the way up underneath the nose. And since the fur direction, the mustache, one direction is going to go this way and one's going to go that way, just to give it a nice look. And I don't want to connect it all the way to the mutton chops. I think it'd be nice if it had a little space, a little distance. So I'm just going to mark this up with a pen, kind of get a sense of where this mustache needs to go. Center, bottom, here, we're gonna go up to the nostril, gonna go bring this down to there. Feels pretty good. And then the fur direction for the mustache is gonna go kind of like that way. Maybe stitched into the center. So I'm going to trace that onto a piece of tracing paper. And then that'll give me my mustache pattern. Same technique we've been using. You'll notice there's a lot of, once you kind of get a handle on how one thing works, those techniques do carry over to different sort of different things that you're creating. That's the nose, there, comes down, that's the mouth. Fur direction is that way. That I'm just going to use as my pattern. I could put on tagboard if I want. Hey, why not? Make it easier to trace on the fur. So. And then mustache, fur direction, shape is kind of like that. This is where things will stitch together. Bottom of lip. Get that out. And I'll use that same silver pencil to trace this onto the, the fur. Sometimes I like to see if there's a scrap that'll work. Well, this scrap works. Fur direction is this way. And yeah. Yeah, pretty much works. Great. So silver pencil. Trace, trace, trace. So, and this time I will be using the blade to cut the fur out. Flip it to the other side. Trace it up. Fur direction always being kept in mind. And then I'm going to use the blade to cut this out. Let's see, make sure I got that in there. Alright. Over there. And then one side of the mustache here, and then this is the other side. And lots of different ways to actually attach facial hair to a puppet. You can tape it on, you can stitch it on, you can pin it on. So now you can kind of see that the mustache fur direction is going the right way, this way, and the second part is going the opposite direction, this way. This will go here, and the other one will go here, like so. Kind of cool. It kind of connects with the mutton chop, but not quite, which is good. All right, so I'm going to stitch those two together, just using, once again, our favorite stitch, which is a very popular, very common whip stitch. Got some black thread all ready to go. In fact, I might even be able to now thread in a piece. Stitch that together. We also make a little scrap of a beard for him, but I think instead of making a full beard, I'll just do a little small triangle or something. Something fun. And again, fur direction is going to be the name of the game. Now, if we were doing this for a client, we would have had the design printed out on the table. But really, our design this time was more like giving us a guide of what we want this character to be, as opposed to, taking exact measurements and things like that. So we're okay with it being, a little a little more inspirational or improvisational as it comes to the actual aesthetic of it. Just gonna stitch these two together. Whip it. Whip stitch just like before. And the fur direction is important when it comes to these kind of mustachy things because you want it to fall a certain way. And besides, if you were planning to style it, maybe with a little bit of hair gel or something, you'd want it to be growing in the right direction. You know, maybe you were going to style a little curl at the end or something like that. If it's going in the right direction, you actually have a chance of doing that. We'll just, oops, get a knot. See if I can undo it. Knots are the worst. If you get a knot, don't keep pulling it tight. Just try to undo it first. And then you can usually get it out. I just doubled back over the stitching I did. I'm tying it off now. Like that. And now we see how this mustache will go. Pirate character here. Looks pretty good. I like that it brings it to the chops, but not quite on the chops, like that. Just gonna pin that in place. And then that. And the way we're gonna attach the hair, see, next, wait, a little bit of beard. I'll do a little beard here. Grab a little piece of material. See, now you know how useful a scrap of fur can be. I've been able to get quite a lot out of this one little piece that was a remnant from the wig that Sean made. So cut that off like that. Use the blade to cut that shape. Always be careful when you're using a blade. There we go. Fibers like to get away. And then this, we go here, we put a little lower below that to kind of create a sense of a lip. You know, pin that in place. And then we're going to do some whip stitching to get the fur in place for the hair. Make sure that's centered. It's always good to look at a mirror as well when you're building a puppet to make sure all your elements are as centered as they ought to be. So, there we go. We're also going to be making some teeth and a tongue. But we're coming close to the end of this character's build. And I could also actually give a little, in fact, it might be fun to do a little definition in that beard. Actually, you know, he's a cartoon character. I'll just do it the way it is. You can also add, there's no wrong way to do it, but you can add a little definition if you wish. So there's that. You have your eyebrows here, mustache and beard. And now Sean is going to take us through the process of stitching all that in place. And then we'll be making some teeth. Make sure that's centered for this puppet as well. So that's where we are now.
All right, trading places. I'm going to do some stitching here. So this is going to be another simple whip stitch. We've said it a lot. Whip stitch. All I'm going to do is try to just go around like so. Another stitch that we could use is maybe I'll try that one. Anyway, you can also stitch it by coming in and out, pull, in and out, pull, in and out, pull. But with this fur being so long, I just don't think that's necessary. If it was shorter hair, that might be something that we would do. But considering the length of the hair and everything, I'm going to go ahead and use black thread because that will obviously blend in with the black hair and beard, black beard, so to speak. I'm not going to stitch the bottom of the mustache because I want that to be hanging out a little bit, and that's fine. So I'll just go to the end, and I'm just going to do a whip stitch. I'm going to try to keep it as close to the mustache as possible. And I'm going to space these out pretty far. This is not load bearing. It doesn't have to do anything but keep this decorative element, which is rather light, in place. So I'm being rather my stitches are spaced out pretty wide. Trying to get one stitch under the nose at least, just to keep that in place. And another stitch over here. I mean, if this was like, not a rental puppet, if this was like a, final puppet, then I might stitch these a little closer, but again, it just needs to stay in place. As you can see, the black thread pretty much disappears with this long fur. So here we go. If you're going to practice a skill, practicing how to stitch is a good one. The more you can get like the basic skills to be something you can do without thinking, the better off you're going to be. It'll just speed along your puppet building. Alright, so this guy's mustache is on. Now for the beard, I'm just going to stitch it on the top, because if this flips and flops around, that's preferable. I think that's cool. That'll look good. The eyebrows are just stuck on with tape, and that's how they're going to be. You don't need to do anything different than that. While we have fur, it might be fun to give him a little chest hair to show through his open shirt. That might be fun since he's a pirate. Alright, so I'm going to just stitch along here to get that beard stitched in place. Now, if you go to our website, swazzle.com, you'll see all the many varied looks that these simple puppets have had. I mean, this puppet can be a glamour queen, it could be anything, a detective, a news anchor, a doctor, not even human. We could turn into an animal or some imagined creature. Honestly, there's no limit. Alright. Like, it really is a blank slate that you're starting with. So that's the beard. Now I'm going to stitch around the hair. So I'm just going to work around this side and then a little bit in the back, but I'm actually not going to stitch it around the back because it's okay if that kind of falls naturally around there. And again, I'm going to use that same whip stitch, and I'm not using big stitches. We'll get this mutton chop in place. I'm not going to worry about this side. I'm just going to do this side where it meets the mustache, just to make sure that stays where we want it. Pull that pen out now. Also, getting yourself a few puppet stands is very helpful. I'm actually going to take them off the stand for now, so I can have a little better view. But getting a puppet stand, making some puppet stands, very helpful, especially when it comes to, dressing the puppet, storing them, photographing them, especially if you need to photograph for clients. So
while we're stitching, if anyone has any questions they'd like to ask.
This is a good time to ask your question.
Someone says, I look at this character with the facial hair and eyebrows and imagine him sounding like Stromboli from Pinocchio.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I mean that's gonna be the whatever the puppeteers bring to it, you know. Yeah, that's certainly their job. There's no there's no rule to how this puppet can sound or what it can do. I mean, you might get some clues just by looking at him how he might sound. But who knows? You also come up with something totally surprising. And that's a great way to build a character.
If anyone else has any questions they'd like to ask while Sean is sewing, this is a great time to ask your questions. He's a pretty quick sewer, so get him in quick.
Yes, I'm a quick sewer, that's why I took over this part of it. And I'm coming around halfway down at the hair here. I went ahead and just used some X.
What do you guys love about puppet building, puppetry, that has kept you passionate and creative for so long?
Well, it is always surprising. The kind of doors it opens, the kind of people you get to work with, the kind of projects you get to work on. One thing I've said before is puppetry is the backstage pass to the world. And what it means is someone like me has ended up in places that someone like me shouldn't be. Like on stage at the Grammys, like on a major motion picture film set, like working with celebrities like Katy Perry and Brendan Urie and Jim Carrey, all sorts of people like that. I've been on Dancing with the Stars, and then put aside the fact that I've gotten to work with the Muppets and all that. So it really is a strange, interesting career. Also, the thing about puppetry is it's not easy to have a puppetry career. Just putting it out there, you got to really hustle. You got to work. You got to find those opportunities. You got to find those jobs. Sometimes you have to make work for yourself. And so the nice thing about puppetry is most people making their career doing it really love it. It's not like, oh, I'm just in puppets for the money, or I'm just in puppets because my parents wanted me to be a puppeteer. So the people that you run into on a daily basis in the field of puppetry are people that they really enjoy that job.
What is your favorite type of puppet to make?
My favorite type of puppet is, I'm drawn to these hand puppets, probably because my biggest influence would be Jim Henson, the Muppets. So that's cool, but we've gotten to make some really interesting puppets that are completely unusual. Like Ukulele from Kidding, or this glove puppet we made that's featured on our YouTube channel. You can look, it's a story or a short we put up. It's like a rod control puppet. So sometimes a puppet that comes around that's completely unusual is really fun too. Because we don't just do hand puppets. We make large puppets, we do backpack puppets, we do rod control, everything. Well, that kind of variety also keeps it interesting. And it's really, what it comes right down to is the people you get to meet when you're walking down the street, the people that you meet each day, people in your neighborhood. See what I did there? All right, two more things to stitch, which is behind the ear. I'm just gonna tack it in place because it's behind the ear, and it's not gonna be all that visible. Of course, I misplaced my needle. It's fine. Get a new needle. All right, then we're gonna do some teeth, and then we're gonna do some final details, like the scar. I'm gonna do this next while I'm working on. Well, I'll do it later. Well, I'll show you how to do stubble to make this guy look a little weary. He looks pretty weary to me. I'm just tacking the ear hair down behind the ear because it's not necessary to really stitch it in place. I just went ahead and put a stitch in there. And then I want to make sure that this doesn't fly loose too, so I'll stitch it down there. Alright, we get a few more questions. Oh look, there's the thread. Dun dun dun. Bink. Found it. It was still there. Like the surgeon that left the tool inside. Alright. Working around here. Just throwing a few whip stitches in to keep this hair in place.
If anyone has any more questions or maybe a comment, if there's a step in the puppet building process you'd like to see a video about, please comment about that as well. If there's a step in the process, someone already mentioned mechanisms, something that we might explore, although as Sean mentioned, we aren't the experts in it. We know the experts, but if there's a step in the process that you want to learn more about, see more in-depth detail, videos about, please comment.
Alright, so I'm stitching behind the ear.
Are you planning on making 3D stubble? I'd love to see something like attach a tuft of fur or an ostrich feather or something.
I'm going to do stubble, and I'll show you one way to do it to make him look like he's not so clean shaven. So stay tuned for that. I don't want to reveal how I'm going to do it.
Also, don't forget the chest hair.
Yes. I'll do that next. Well, I might do that when we got the costume on. We want to make sure it reveals.
Sure.
So after the costume goes on, we'll add that detail. There's no point in doing it if you can't see it. All right, last little stitch here of the hair, and I'll turn it over to Patrick. We'll make some teeth. We're nearing completion on this. We already have costume pieces picked out.
You guys are already super generous with these live tutorials. We've seen a lot of techniques already.
Oh, good. Glad you find this helpful. All right, so here he is coming together. I'm gonna give him a little grooming here. You can kind of see, how these things are coming together. Oh, it looks like I missed a little stitch at the top there. Just go ahead and pop a stitch in there. I mean, ultimately, this guy's gonna have a bandana and a hat and all that. But since we don't have the hat today, we'll make the hair look as nice as possible. I just want to grab that one little area. I don't want his toupee to fall off. That would be really embarrassing. All right, now on to the teeth.
All right, so lots of different ways that you can make puppet teeth. This guy, since he's a pirate, I think we're gonna have a lot of fun with what those look like because he doesn't necessarily have the best dental hygiene. Probably doesn't eat a lot of vitamin C. Never had any calcium. Eating a lot of hardtack and salted meats. So, and probably doesn't have any toothbrush or toothpaste or floss. So his teeth are going to be kind of gnarled. One way that we like to use it, make them teeth out of is L200 or Fun Foam. In fact, I think I might actually use some of the L200 that I cut off as a starting point. Let's see if I have a scrap I can use, which I do. So
I'm gonna cut my teeth out of this piece of L200. I'm just gonna sort of line up where his mouth is. In fact, I can create a little template. Again, with tracing paper. Get a sense of what that shape of that mouth is. Trace along the gum line here, just to get what that curvature is. If I had the pattern for that palette, I could also pull it out and use that. But this just gives me a starting point of what my basic shape for this mouth teeth are going to be. Ooh, pretty much that works pretty well. So I'm going to take that and put it onto my. Things are starting to get a little messy over here. All right. So I'm just going to trace this onto my L200 shape here. Use this pen, and I'm going to cut it out on the bandsaw for starters for my basic shape. So that's the outside shape. Inside shape, I'm just going to go like this. Just give me a sense of it. He's not going to have all full teeth, but at least it gives me a sense of the span of his mouth. I'm going to bring it over here. We're going to cut on the bandsaw just to get this piece of foam cut out. As always, when you're using any sort of tools or equipment like this, follow your safety guidelines. Alright, so that gives me a basic shape. I'm actually going to sand this down so I can get some of the ribs out that the blade put into it. And then I'm going to lower this profile of it as I decide where each individual tooth is going to go. And there's a fly who's decided to join us for this broadcast. Alright, so this is going to be too high, obviously, so it'll be hard for the mouth to open and close with that much tooth in there. So I'm just going to start shaping it and creating sort of a fun look. I know I'm going to want to have it kind of come up a little from the bottom on both sides. At this point, I'll be using a blade to cut the L200 with. There's lots of different ways that you can make teeth, but using just pretty much straight foam is a good way to do it. Especially for something like a rental puppet like this, where it's something that it'll have the look for the time, maybe for the commercial or whatever the project is, and then you want to be able to return it to its regular look. So, get that out of there. Like that. Now I'm going to start really just having some fun about where these different teeth are or are not. Take a little more off the top here. And then I'm going to start creating some individual teeth. I'm going to go a little lower profile. All right. Let's take little wedges out of the foam. One way to do it. I'm going to take out this so it doesn't look so symmetrical. Little corners of foam. That. Let me take out that end there. Take that end up there. And that's looking like, yeah, that's looking good. I'm probably gonna run around those edges there. In fact, I think I want to thin it out a little. Feels a little thick to me. You know, it's kind of cartoony, so it doesn't matter how thick it is. It feels like we could. Thin that out a bit. That. Feeling pretty good. Take this one down a little. I'm gonna go back to the belt sander and see if I can just shave that edge down a little. See if this works. So I just want to try to take this corner so it's a little rounded up front. Let's see if I can do this on the belt sander. Teeth. I'm going to make one some a little shorter, and then I'm also going to take some away, just to have fun. Maybe I'll shorten this one as well. I don't want to do every other. I don't want it to look like a pattern. Or maybe this tooth will be missing. Great. So that. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to use a little bit of wig tape on the back, because if this were a permanent thing that it was always going to look this way, a little bit of barge, glue it in. But since this puppet is one of our rentals, I'm going to use wig tape and just stick it on. So just apply some wig tape on one side and a little wig tape in this area here. Stick that down and cut it out. Use junky old scissors when you're cutting out this kind of stuff with wig tape, because the blades will get kind of gummed up. So we have different scissors for different jobs. These are my real kind of utility workhorse scissors that have been through a lot. Where I have other ones when I'm cutting fabric and more fine work, I use those as well. Those could also work. That's the piece I cut off. But these scissors have seen a lot of action. So this is not the first time they've gotten adhesive tape kind of gummed up in their works. Alright, that. And I mentioned a gold tooth might be a fun thing to do. Let's see if I have a gold marker. I can color one of them gold. I'll do that before I stick them in. Good. I'm just going to grab a gold marker. I'm going to color that tooth gold. And I'm going to cut one away as well. So let's see if I can find this pen. And if not, then I'll come up with another idea. Bronze. Oh, here we go. Gold. Gold. There's other ways you could do this as well. If you wanted to add a little paint to it, I think that might work. right, so now I'm just going to peel off that backing. First, I'm going to separate these. That tooth is going to be missing. And then make this one fold all around. That's where the cavity was, you see. All right. Stick this on. Like this.
Someone's asking, who is this puppet for?
Oh, great question. We're actually going to be using it for our high school reunion. We are the San Leandro High School, and we were the Pirates. And so this is going to be a fun thing to use some little promo videos to advertise the reunion to our fellow former classmates. And then also we might have it at the event for a photo booth. So we thought we'd use this opportunity to do a demonstration since we're going to use the puppet anyway. Let's dress it live and teach you guys some techniques.
And someone also asked, when you're making puppets, do you have, with teeth, and they're going to be larger teeth, do you have to adjust the pattern accordingly?
Yes, you want to make sure that you have enough clearance. That's why I kept lowering the teeth, because when you close the mouth, it's okay to see some teeth, but you don't want it so much that it interferes with the action of the puppet. I feel like that looks like a pretty gnarled puppet mouth. Great. So now we're going to do some finishing things, a little bit of costuming work, which obviously costuming is a whole art form in itself, but we're going to show you kind of a cheap and cheerful way to create a puppet costume. So take it away.
All right. So the next thing I'm going to do is add in a tongue. Now, if you look at some of the other videos, you can see that we actually use a laser cutter to cut our tongues now. So we actually have a drawer of these. So it's made out of ultra suede. All I'm going to do is put a little of this wig tape. So we use a lot of wig tape backing. It's always sort of funny when we go by the wig tape because obviously we don't have any hair. So I think the people behind the counter are like thinking, well, good luck with that. So the tongue gets a little tape. Open the mouth and just stick it in. Oops. Like so. Yeah. All right, now we also had a scar, and I've been thinking about how do we create the scar. I think I have an idea, which is I'm going to take some of this eyelid material that we already have. I'm going to put a little backing, again, with the wig tape, top stick along the back of this, because, you know, scars get that color a little darker than your skin. So this is a little darker. And I'm going to cut a strip of this. Not too big. Obviously got, you know, cut by someone's cutlass, or there's a story behind that scar. And someone was asking, like, how do you add more character? Well, this is one way to do it. So that's the start of it. Is that like the thickness of the scar? And I'm gonna go ahead and pull that.
Maybe a deeper angle might be nice.
Oh, deeper angle, like that?
Sure.
Great. All right, now make it a little smaller. I'm gonna pull the top stick off and go like this. Now, these pirates, they don't have the best in medical wherewithal. So I'm sure one of his mates helped him stitch this up himself, or perhaps he even did it. And we're gonna make it like he's not, the stitches are still in, just to make that scar play a little more. So good news, we get to use the same whip stitch we've been using this whole time. Now perhaps they were, if they knew better, they would use a ladder stitch or something, which actually would tuck the material under. But we want it to read, we want it to show. Like, we're not trying to hide the scar, we want to accentuate the scar, make it visible to the audience. So I'm gonna go ahead and just do some big whip stitches. This guy, whew, he's seen some stuff. I'm telling you. All right.
Someone wants to know how we make the pupils.
Yeah, if you earlier on in this video, we showed how we make the pupils. They're made out of vinyl stickers that we laser cut. So I'm just going to go around. I'm literally just going in and out.
Also, a question of any concerns with a Sharpie from the golden tooth staining the puppet fleece or the mouth?
It could. It could. But usually once Sharpie has set up, it's pretty well set up. All right, that looks pretty gnarly. Now I'm going to go under and meet up with where I want the next stitch to be. And this is obviously just cosmetic. So I'll go like that. And we'll do a wrap around a few times here. I'll also show you how you can do a little stubble, like so. Now I'm going to tuck under.
Gonna do an X stitch. 1X, you know, that's always
yeah,
good.
That's a good idea. I'll tuck under and do on here. Yeah, I'll do the X here. All right. Yeah, you know, again, one of his mates stitched him up. They did the best they could.
He had whiskey in him, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Or rum.
Bit on a stick or something. Or they knocked him out. I don't think the pirate life is an easy life. I'll go across. Make a nice cartoony stitch. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, someone is asking, how do you add character? You do stuff like this, you know, what's something specific? How do you tell the story? You know, look at the Star Wars universe, how it's all, every spaceship has a story. So think about what story you're telling by the choices you're making. All right. There we go. I'll do the last stitch over here. Yeah. And some of these threads are even a little loose, and that's fine because it gives it a little more, appearance of like, oh, this is something obviously stitched up. I'll come across and do an X on that one too, just so we don't have symmetry. Yeah. I'll go ahead and tie it. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to let those threads hang out a little bit. Like it's just been recently stitched up. If you've ever had stitches, that could make you cringe. All right, so I promised that I was going to show you how to do stubble. I'm going to do that now. All I need is, once again, needle and thread. Now, if I were making this not for a rental puppet, and I didn't really, I would want it to stick really well, then I would want to add a little glue to these. But since that's not the case, all I'm going to do is take some of this thick thread here, this upholstery thread, make sure I have an even piece. And I'm just going to sew in like this and let some of those threads hang out and then just trim. And I'm going to sew, stitch in like this, let threads hang out, trim. I'll keep going along and you see how this is giving like a, this is the unkempt, you can also use this technique to make like cat whiskers or things like that, but these are the scraggly hairs he did not trim. He's a few days out to sea. And he hasn't been in front of a shaving mirror in a while. So little techniques, like those are things you can do to make it look, he looks lived in. He's a character. He's not just a, a generic puppet. And then when you have a puppeteer perform it, then it really starts to get that character. You know?
Someone says the thread stubble looks awesome. How would you attach glue to thread without getting caught in the needle or getting glue on the face?
You would use a glue called Fray Check, and you would just put a little dab. So I've done this before with another puppet I was making, and I wanted these hairs to stay. So all I did is I made them longer than I needed. I put a dab of glue on each side, and I just went whoosh, whoosh, and then let it dry. And the thing with Fray Check is it dries perfectly clear. You can't see it. It's designed to glue threads, like if you're working on a quilt project or something and you have loose threads that you don't. I'm also cutting these uneven, which gives it even more of a kind of like a unkempt appearance. Just kind of following the line. Obviously, you could use this technique if you wanted to create a comb over. You can use chest hair. I mean, honestly, these are the types of things we learn by working on crank anchors, because all those puppets have, you know, chest hair and moles and all sorts of unsightly things going on with them. All right, I think that's good. I'm gonna add a little piece down here. All right. Yeah, great. So there you go. I mean, you can thicken it up, you can make as much as you want, but I think for this cartoon pirate, that's a good technique. Like I said, you can also use it for cat whiskers and things like that. And also, you can use like fishing line and other things to do this. All right, let's give this guy a costume. So we've already picked the costume out based off of some clothes that we have. So what we notice is 3T seems to be a good size for this particular body. Sometimes costumes we have for our puppets are custom made. Sometimes we just, you know, shop them. Because this is a pirate, it could be a little ill-fitting. He's not a dapper pirate. He's a working pirate. So what do we got here? Eventually we'll do a hat. So I'm not going to sweat the bandana, but we do have a bandana material, which we thought would be good. But we can do that later. For starters, let's get some pants on him. This is just, these are pants that are made for another project. So it actually has a puppeteer entry sleeve. So these guys could even have legs. We're not going to ever see his legs, so it doesn't matter. We just like this because it's sort of a natural looking color. The belt adds a little detail. So let's get this on him. Not even sure if these are going to fit, but that's fine. We can also, nice thing about puppet clothes is you just add a pin or two and suddenly everything fits. All right, good. And he's a pirate. Ill-fitting is the name of the game here. This little belt is helping us out. All right, and we have the shirt, which is actually a size 5, kid size 5. It's too big, but that makes it perfect because you want that kind of puffy pirate shirt appearance. It's funny, I was trying these clothes out before we went live, and it's like, oh, it looks like a businessman. It's like, well, pirates are just wearing regular clothes. It's just kind of layers and layers of clothes they've pillaged from other people, and then you put them out in the open ocean, and they get tattered and worn, and you know, salt and sea and all that. So I'd imagine on day one he looked like a rather respectable businessman. Now, not so much. Now our puppet heads come off. They're just attached with a safety pin. So if we wanted to, we could be dressing this guy without having to worry about his head. But since we're, using all button-down stuff, we don't need to really worry about that. Nothing needs to pull over. If we were pulling something over, we don't want to necessarily yank a small opening to a shirt over his face and, risk losing some of this detail. So I'm going to obviously leave a few of his buttons undone because, it's a pirate. And also I'm going to
tuck this shirt in and then keep some of it out so it kind of blouses, so you have that blousy appearance. And again, this shirt is too big for him, which makes it perfect for him. Because you want that classic pirate. Now sometimes, you know, if you're taking this to set or something, you want to throw some safety pins and all this, get it all secure, because you don't want the clothes, you know, falling off while you're on set. Alright, this is looking good. So, there's that puppeteer entry hole. So like this. Alright, at this point I'm going to put his brain back in. I forgot we took his brain out. So he's going to sit a little higher on the puppet stand while we're getting the costume in. The brain just jams all the way up into his skull. Great, and there's that cutout that I'm positioning so that the eyes and the eye stems don't interfere. There we are. Great. I'm gonna go ahead and put this little hand bumper in to make it more comfortable and a little more snug. When we worked on crank anchors, we had a whole bag of, well, the Wranglers had a whole bag of wrist bumpers, hand bumpers, because the puppets were handed off to lots of different puppeteers, especially the folks receiving the phone calls. So we just learned that it's helpful to have a bunch of those things lying around. Alright, so let's get him on this stand. Ooh, he's looking good. Alright, let's get that chest hair on. Now we know where it's going to be. I'll just stick it on with a little bit of top stick. I mean, I could also, you know, weave it in like this, which could be funny too. But we want it to be a little more, a little bolder, a bolder choice. So I'm just going to swatch like that. Like that. And I'll add a little top stick to it. Let's use these craftier scissors, cut top stick. Top stick will really gum up your scissors. Alright, we're going to add a little of this. Alright, looking good. Layers. Layers seem to make a pirate. So here's a vest. Now, if we could really go nuts, we could put gold buttons and do all sorts of fun things. But for now, we're just going to put the vest on and do like this. Maybe I'll just button. Let's see, I don't want to lose some of the blousiness. I'll just keep it open like this. You know, kind of give it a swashbuckle. And we have this coat that could go over it all as a big pirate coat. And I'll show you, this is just a coat from another project. Be bold. So what I'm going to do is actually cut the sleeves of this because I want that white part to show through. So I'm just going to literally just cut it. I'm just going to see if I can tear it. Because we want that, you know.
Also these.
Yeah, jaggedy, like so a few jagged cuts. Make sure that people, you know, understand that this is pirates. I'm just kind of getting a few jagged cuts in there.
Question here. Can you guys sometimes do a detailed tutorial about making hair for some female puppets, please?
Oh, great idea. Yeah, maybe when we start working on our hair for Lucy and such, we'll go live and show some of that process. You can see I'm really hacking at this, which is fine because I want it to have a tattered, you know, appearance. And then this length is good, but I feel like to really get some piratey feel, I also want to kind of just.
Oh yeah, someone said he looks like he needs a hoop earring.
Oh yeah.
It'll definitely get a hoop earring. We got some set out already. Got some jewelry here. Yeah.
And another question came in, which is, who's your favorite live hand puppet? Do you have a favorite live hand puppet you've made yourself?
A favorite live hand puppet that we've made in our shop was from Crank Anchors, and that was Soap Scum Season 2.
That's not
Soaps.
Crank Anchors.
I'm sorry, Kidding. Season 2 Kidding, Soap Scum. So like I see these sleeves are a little long, which is fine. This coat is too big for him, and that's perfect, because I'm getting that pirate overcoat feel. Now I think I want to bring this in a little bit. Well-
Dress those shoulders up higher.
Well, really, we would have some pins to hold
Yeah.
it all in place.
There you go, that's better.
There we go. So and you grab some pins to hold it in place. A few safety pins.
Someone wants to know if we'd ever do a tutorial on making puppet clothing.
Well, that's not for us to do, because even when it comes to our puppet clothes, we have an expert costumer, seamstress that we have worked with for years, and she is so talented, and she does the custom clothing for our puppets. So she would be the one to do that, and I'm sure there are some great tutorials online about how to make clothes. And if you can understand some of those principles, then transferring over to, puppets would be, I would imagine, a lot of the skills would transfer over.
Someone else asks, would you ever post your patterns?
We're not going to post our patterns.
Maybe roll the cuff up. That might give it more. There you go.
People ask that question all the time.
And then
about
and then
our patterns.
and then button it, roll it, and then button it. Give it kind of that, bigger cuff look.
Okay.
Just a thought.
I don't think it's going to button.
Okay.
I'll roll it up. Let's see, this one does it come on top like that. Alright. And this is our box of cheap jewelry. That's a nice big one. I'm looking at a few. For starters, this is good. Nice thing is these fake earrings can just go right through the foam.
Let's see how it looks. Show it to the camera so everyone can enjoy it.
Let's see. What else we got here? These are big hoops. This will tell the story. And again, if we had a pirate hat, then it would really. That will be the final.
I think some rings on the fingers are good. That's good on jewelry, I think.
So.
With rings on fingers.
I have a giant ring.
Yeah.
I think that'll actually.
See if it works.
Yeah, that'll work. Big ring. These guys they're wearing their wealth. Oh, maybe this is a better hoop bearing. Not a better hoop than that one. This one looks better. Yeah. Whenever we dress puppets and there's stuff we don't use, just put in the box. We can pull it out for a project like this.
Put that bracelet on. That was good.
That one that I found?
Yeah, right here. It's outside the box.
Oh, yeah, this one.
On the other hand, though, because everything's on one side now. Ring, earring, scar. If anything, put the earrings on the other ear so we have scar and earrings opposite each other.
I'll put one small earring here and the big earring on the other side.
Sure.
There. Alright. Obviously we don't have a hat yet. That'll really be the finishing touch.
Oh, look at that. Some sort of weird scorpion. I don't know if that would work for him. Nah.
Someone wants to know if we'll do more puppet building tutorials.
Yeah, I mean, if you like this one, leave a comment and give us a nice thumbs up, share it with a friend, and that will encourage us to do more. I'm gonna grab some arm rods. Alright, I'm also gonna pin some of these things in place. I know that's gonna come undone.
Why don't you pull the puppet a little closer to you while you do that? There you go.
So I want that shirt to stay. I'm gonna put a safety pin on these pants and the shirt. That's the nice thing about puppets. You can pin right to the puppet if you need to. Whereas a real person wouldn't like that so much. I mean, we could cut a bandana. That would really help. Like, let's just do it. Right, just put a pin in the front there to keep his pants in position. Just, oh, yeah, shirt comes over. Get some pins into. I'm using big pins. I could probably use smaller pins. White pins. Also, if you had like gold buttons, you know, putting gold buttons on that would really sell Pirate. Alright, just putting this costume in place. Be done momentarily. I'm gonna get some arm rods in. That'll help keep that in place. It's good to have pins of different sizes. And different colors. Alright, put a few pins in to keep his coat from just falling off. That's the thing with puppets, is they don't really have shoulders. And these clothes are oversized for him, but, you know, that's on purpose. We want him to be, you know, pirates are like, you know, they dress in layers, you know. We want all these layers to show. In my opinion, a few things in place. Tuck that under. Great. All right. Let's put some arm rods in. Oh, you want to make a bandana?
Sure.
Let's do a bandana. We got the blue material. We've already pulled it out. So, what I'm going to do is just cut a square and just kind of see how this works. You probably found this fabric somewhere or stole it from someone, so perfectly acceptable if it's not a, you know, perfectly cut. I'm not sure I know how to do a bandana, but kind of get the gist of it. Not loving the bandana. Tie it around.
This.
There we go. And that'll look nice under his hat. Just gonna throw a safety pin in the back of that. Doesn't come undone. care to show. So kind of like that. Is that looking good? Hang on. Let me try this again. I'm trying the bandana. We're gonna do it. We're gonna make it work. I think that helps tell the story we're telling.
We can open a shirt marking too. I don't think he's buttoned that much. He's out to sea.
There you go.
Put some tattoos on him too, maybe.
Oh yeah. Where he rolls from the sleeves up, add a tattoo. Oh, you can do it all. Like this?
That's good. And we'll just, once you come around the front, you'll see you'll make a little adjustment to it.
For a safety pin in this tie. This too. Let's pin that down on top. I think I need more of this bandana to hang down, but I can just fake that with another piece of material.
Someone says, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude for your recent building tutorials. It truly inspired me to start enhancing my own building techniques.
Thank you.
And then Victoria Johnson says, this guy could double as a heavy metal rock star.
Yeah. Yeah, it's all about, ultimately about, what what story you want to tell. All right, we can add more in the back, but we're not going to worry about it now. It looks good.
Yeah.
Okay, let's put some arm rods in. You can see how messy this place has gotten. That's all right. So we got rod pockets here. These rods go right into the pocket. Actually, I'm gonna go ahead and pull this tape off. Well, let's jam it in. This particular fleece isn't stitched down around the rod pockets yet, which is fine. I'll just put a pin in that. We'll make it all look good. I'm going to take this a little tight. It'll slip in better. No, I just need to take the tape off. Which you can do. And then we'll see what sort of character, see what he sounds like. Yeah. I think he's cool. Alright, sort of race to the finish here. We definitely want to show him all done. All his detail work, I mean, it normally wouldn't go this quickly. Like I said, this is a character that we're making on our own. So how he looks is up to us. Alright, that's one arm rod. We get some pins to pin that in place.
Someone asks, do you take custom orders?
Yes, we do. If you visit our website, swazzle.com, you can fill out a request a quote form. We do make puppets for sorts of projects, big and small. So you can see our website, swazzle.com. Check out
samples of our work. And, alright, we'll just go ahead and pin that arm rod in. Let's kind of get some of the fur off. There we go. Just feel like this can be cut up a little higher even. See, now we're just doing detail stuff. That's alright. It's all about the details. It's all about how it comes together in the end. And that's what will make the difference between a puppet and a character. There. No. Telling that story a little more.
Also, an eye patch might be nice
Eye patch would be great.
for a future time.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you want to see the puppet in its final form, we will be posting it on Instagram with a hat, eye patch, and whatever other details we decide to add. Someone mentioned hair on the hands might be fun.
Oh yeah.
Hair on the arms.
Knuckles.
Yep.
Oh yeah, we can do all of that. But if you think about how this puppet started, you know, it's come a long way. So the arm rod can go right in, and then I'm just gonna pin up that opening and close so no one sees.
Someone else recommends a patch on the coat.
Oh, that's a good idea. Yes. And, you know, we could do it. Maybe we roll this sleeve up, you know, even more, and we put a tattoo, you know, on the arm. So there's lots of things that we could do.
Also, weathering that shirt might be nice.
Exactly. Lots of details. All right. Well, you guys want to see what he looks like to move around? Let's see.
A shoulder parrot.
Definitely the shoulder parrot. All right, let's put them on. All right, the arm rods here. Arr, meaty and shiver me timbers! Ah, thanks for sticking around and watching how I got brought to life. I hope that you'll like and subscribe and follow this channel. Ha ha ha! Is that all? Are we done? How do we turn this blasted live feed off? How, I tell ya? No, seriously, how do we do it? Can anyone tell me? What do you push buttons? I'm mashing buttons as we speak. I'm mashing.